Sup folks, part 22, let's get to it. Chapter 142, Alice in Funderland. Nara and Alice were sitting in the library at one of the tables, with various books all over the table. Wow, you are a really fast learner. Nara praised the younger girl with an amazed look on her face. It's only been a couple of days but your Japanese has already improved a lot. Alice blushed and turned away to hide her smile. It's nothing. I'm kinda cheating, though. Cheating? Nara raised a brow. Alice pulled out a small, folded-up piece of paper from her dress pocket, and unfolded it before showing it to Nara. 12:30. Nara will help Alice Bate learn Japanese. Alice Bate will understand things very quickly, and learn very fast. The paper read in English. After managing to read it, Nara's eyes widened with surprise and realization. That's right, I forgot how powerful your quirk is. That's a really clever way to use it. Alice nodded. I've learned so many things because of it. It's my favorite way to use my quirk. Really? Nara asked. Well, I haven't used my quirk in a lot of different ways yet. Alice admitted, looking down at the paper. It's kind of scary. Nara didn't respond at first. Mainly because she agreed. The thought of someone being able to manipulate your actions and even thoughts without you knowing, and without having to be anywhere near you, was scary. But she didn't want to judge her because of that. That would kind of defeat the purpose of the place like this, and it just felt wrong. It's only scary if you use it for scary things. Nara encouraged her, giving her a pat on the head. But you don't seem like the type to do that, so you're not scary in my book. Alice smiled, and blushed once more. Thank you. So cute. Nara internally gushed, trying her hardest not to let it show and make her look like an idiot. Sup loser? Shouted a familiar voice coming into the library. Ugh. Nara smiled and good mood instantly vanished as Ken walked over towards them. What do you want, Ken? Just taking a break from my job to see the new kid. Ken said, taking a sip of a juice box, and looking over at Alice, who looked at him curiously. Nara sighed. Well, I guess there's no better time to introduce you to Alice. This is my idiot brother Ken. Feel free to ignore anything he says. Ken stuck his tongue at his sister, who did the same thing. Hello. Alice greeted, giving a polite wave. Hey. Ken responded before looking her over. So, you're the American. I thought you'd be fat. Slap. Nara reached over the table and slapped her brother on the top of his head, her face red with anger. Ken. What the hell? Ow. What? I thought most Americans were fat. At least that's what everyone told me. Ken hissed, rubbing the top of his head. Ken, that's super racist. Nara scolded him. American isn't a race? Is it? Ken asked, not 100% sure of that statement. Wait. Is American a race? Nara herself asked, her rage subsiding for a moment, as she thought about that for a second. As they were thinking about that, they heard a snicker, and looked down at Alice, who was trying to hide her laughter. American isn't a race, silly. Alice said, still trying not to laugh. It's… Actually I don't know what it is either. Well then let's just say that I'm right, and be done with it. Ken smirked while crossing his arms. Nara opened her mouth to counter but Ken started walking away before she could. Anyway, welcome to the house, new kid. Try not to let my sister infect you with loser. And with that he was gone before Nara could get a word in. He is such a pain. Nara groaned. I think he's funny. Alice added. She could tell there was no real malice between the two, and that their teasing was simply part of their sibling bond. It was somewhat similar to how her mother acted towards her aunt. Don't let him hear that or his head will get so big he won't be able to walk through doors. Nara snickered, causing Alice to laugh with her. After they settled down, something came to mind. He said he had a job. Alice noted, looking up at Nara, curiously. Oh right, that. Nara sighed. I mean yeah, technically he helps design games. Alice looked at her with wide eyes, unsure if she had understood that correctly. "I'm sorry, could you say that in English?" "Okay. He helps make games," Nara said, in English this time. "Huh?" Alice shouted out in confusion and amazement. "He makes games? How? What kind? Does he use his quirk? Does he do it alone? How does wont?" "Slow down," Nara told her in English, not wanting to get overwhelmed with all these questions. "I guess I should have seen this coming. A kid working on a video game isn't exactly normal. Well, I guess the best way to explain this would be to start with our quirks." Alice's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she suddenly pulled out a notebook, and got ready to write. "Huh. What a coincidence," Nara thought, before getting on with her explanation. "Well, me and Ken technically have the same quirk, but they do different things. It's called Omni, and it allows both of us to transform into 10 different forms. But each of us have different forms." "Cool," Alice cooed, looking up at her with amazement. "Show me. Please show me." Nara wanted to refuse, as it would be rather impractical to transform in the middle of a conversation. But she couldn't find it within herself to refuse when Alice was looking at her like she was the most amazing person in the world right now. "All right. Just give me a second." She then activated her Omnitrix, and started looking for the least inconvenient form she had right now. Alice looked at her Omnitrix curiously, taking a close look at each silhouette. After a few seconds of fiddling, Nara finally found the right form. "All right, now you might want to cover your eyes, there is gonna be a flash." Nara slammed down on the dial, and Alice covered her eyes as a pink flash consumed the girl. When the flash died down, and Alice lowered her hands from her eyes, she saw that Nara was gone, and in her place was Ditto. "Tada!" Nara said, raising up her arms to show off her current form. "I call this one Ditto." Well, Ken called it Ditto, and the name just kinda stuck. "Amazing." Alice rushed over and looked at Ditto, moving around to see them from every angle, while frantically writing things down. "Each form has a different quirk, and this one can do this." Ditto suddenly split into 2. "Tada! Wow, you!" Alice gasped, looking at the 2 Dittos. "How does it work? It looked like your body just split in 2. Are stretchy? If you cut off an arm, would it turn into a clone and grow back? Can I touch you?" "Alice, please slow down," one of the Naras said at the same time. "Even with 2 of us we can only answer so much. Let's just get back onto the main topic here," the other Nara said. "Ken has a form called Upgrade, which lets him merge with technology, control it, and well, upgrade it. He can even use it to program things, like games. That's amazing. I want to see it. Please, oh please let me see it," Alice begged. "Hee. Alright, if you're that excited. Ken should be getting back to work now, so we should be able to see him." Nara merged her 2 cells back into 1. "Come on, follow me." Nara, now back to normal, had brought Alice to the game design room, and the moment she stepped in, she looked around with wonder. The room was covered in various different machines and computers, and all of them were currently taken over by Ken in his upgrade form. Whoa! Alice looked at all the monitors, rapidly modeling and creating new models and features. "Oh hey guys," came Ken's voice from one of the monitors. "What do you want? I'm kind of busy here. I just wanted to show Alice how you're making the game," Nara explained. "So you came to see the master at work?" Ken said, popping his head out of the computer screen. Alice gasped when she saw this, and immediately ran over to him. "Can I touch you? Please?" Sure," Ken agreed, a bit weirded out by the sudden strange question. Immediately, Alice touched Ken's head, and much to her delight it felt like a mix of goo and metal, and was as cold as both. "I've never felt something like this before." "What are you made of?" "I have no idea," Ken answered honestly. "No one does really. I'm kinda half machine and half not machine. Organic," Nara corrected. "Yeah, that," Ken confirmed, before slinking back into the monitor. Anyway, I got some more work to do. Only have a few more minutes before I transform back. Alright. Nara turned Alice towards her. Ken only programs the game, but all the ideas and designs are actually made by other people. It's actually pretty impressive. They have a character designer, a monster designer, a writer and more. Can I meet them? Alice asked. Well, the monster designer is out right now, and the writer and world designer is. Let's just say it'll take a bit before you can meet them face to face. But you can Shiraku. She's the character designer, and she also makes clothes. Nara explained. Like hats? Alice suddenly asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Maybe? Nara wondered where the heck that question came from. I've never seen her make one before, but I'm sure she would if you asked her. Somehow Alice's eyes grew even wider, and she beamed so hard she almost appeared to be glowing. I'm guessing you want to meet her, so just come with me, Nara said, taking Alice's hand. Wow. The moment they entered Shiraku's room, Alice's head started swerving around so fast that Nara was worried she'd break her neck. Meanwhile, Alice was in pure awe. The room was entirely covered in all sorts of clothes. Cool clothes, cute clothes, pretty clothes. All of them were laid out on the walls. There were of course lots clothes-making materials littered around the room. Oh, and there were also spiders crawling all over the room, but Nara had warned her of that beforehand, so she wasn't freaked out. In fact, she was far more amazed than anything, as she watched hundreds of spiders help to decorate the various clothes. It was mesmerizing. My, who do we have here? Shiraku was currently sewing a dress on the ceiling, and stopped what she was doing to lower herself to the ground. Shiraku reached the ground, and turned herself right side up, right in front of Alice, towering over the small girl completely. Is this the American girl I heard about? Alice nodded. You make very pretty clothes. Shiraku smiled. Nothing like hearing a cute girl compliment her efforts. Thank you. You have a very pretty body. Especially your hair. Did she really just say you have a very pretty body? Nara thought to herself. Both Alice and Shiraku inspected each other, as both girls were very curious about the body of the other. Would you mind if I took your measurements? I can already think of a ton of dresses that would look absolutely adorable on you. Shiraku asked her, already planning out everything she was going to do. Okay, but can I have a hat too? Like a really cool one? Alice asked hopefully. Okay, I can definitely make some cute outfits with hats. Shiraku said with a very pleased expression. Well, it looks like they're getting along. I should probably leave them be, I can finally get some studying done. Nara thought. Well, I'll leave you two to it. Have fun. Wait. Alice suddenly ran over, and wrapped her arms around Nara's waist, before saying in English. Thank you. Well, now I have diabetes. Worth it. Nara thought, as she hugged her back snap. Nara and Alice looked over to the source of the sound, and saw Shiraku holding a camera. I'll send this to you later. Shiraku said with a smile. Nara was very happy to be surrounded by such good people. This is the life. Cole was currently sitting by the pool in her swimsuit, with 2 legs in the water, and a few drinks next to her. It had been a long day, and while she did enjoy paperwork, work was still work and it got exhausting. But at the same time, there was nothing better than relaxing after a long day of work. Mommy. Well, some things were better. Cole looked back, and saw her daughter, running towards her, wearing something she hadn't seen before. It was a purple dress with spiderweb-like black lines all over it, as well as a hat with 2 fake black spiders on it. One big, one small. Mommy, look. That spider girl made me these cute clothes and this hat. Alice said, as she ran up to her mother, before spinning around to show off her new attire. Wow, it looks very nice, sweetheart. Cole smiled. It was good to see her daughter this excited. Looks like you have a new hat to add to your collection. Alice nodded very enthusiastically. I had so much fun today. This place is wonderful. I told you you'd like it, my little pendragon. Cole chuckled as she pulled her daughter closer and kissed her on the forehead. Please make sure to thank Mr. Midoriya for all this. Without him we'd be in a much worse situation. Alice nodded in agreement. Mr. Midoriya is really amazing. He made this whole place even though he's not an adult yet. Believe me, lit pendragon. He's more competent than most adults I work with. Cole chuckled. Honestly, when she heard she'd have to work for a teenager, she was more than a bit concerned. But Izuku had proven to be as intelligent as he was kind. Actually, no, he was far more kind than intelligent, a bit too kind actually, which was proving to be his biggest flaw. But having a boss whose problem was being too nice, was nice problem to have. I'm glad you had fun, Pendragon. Cole said, lovingly addressed her daughter by her nickname. I'm sure today is just the first of many adventures. Author's note, so that's Alice's chapter done. Sorry it took so long, I'm currently moving so it's hard to find time to write. Chapter 143, Nise and Nerdy. Izuku was on his way to Nise's room, with a plate of food in hand. It had been about a week since Sheena's attack, and Nise had still refused to come out of her room, to the surprise of no one. But at the very least she had made herself comfortable in her room. Knock knock. Izuku knocked on Nise's door. Nise, it's me, Izuku. I have your lunch. The only people Nise let into her room were Fu, Sansen, and Izuku himself, but Izuku hoped with time that she would open up. Suddenly the metal door opened, and Izuku could now enter. Nise's room had changed, rather drastically. Seeing as Nise was a shut-in, she needed to find things to do as a shut-in. Fortunately for her, there was a friend, an ally to all shut-ins around the world. Anime. Yes, Nise had gotten rather hooked on anime, and her room reflected that. Posters of different anime guys and girls covered the walls, various figures lined her shelves, and there were 2 body pillows next to Nise, who was sitting on a beanbag chair, watching more anime. No, you dummy, Sakura is the best choice, she's your childhood friend. Nise yelled at the screen. She is obviously the best waifu. Where did she even learn that word? Izuku thought to himself as he entered the room, and closed the door behind him. Nise had become an otaku in no time flat, and Izuku wasn't sure what to think of that. On the one hand, Izuku didn't have an inherent problem with otakus, but don't worry Sakura, I will always love you, Nise said to one of her body pillows, and she caressed it lovingly. But sometimes their behaviors could be problematic. Hey, Nise, Izuku said to get her attention. I have your food. Without a word, got up, and grabbed the plate, before sitting back down, her eyes never leaving the screen. Yeah, this is not healthy. Izuku sighed. Nise, can you pause that for a second? Nise pouted for a second but quickly complied, taking the remote and pausing the show for the time being. What? Izuku took a second to think of the best way to go about this. He didn't want to try and force her out of her comfort zone, or even push her out of it, especially since she just started making a comfort zone, but he did want to see if he could expand that zone, just a bit. I'm very glad that you're getting comfortable here. That you're starting to feel a bit safe. But I was wondering if maybe you'd be willing to talk to people more. It doesn't have to be anyone you don't know. Maybe just me or Fu, or Sansen. I just don't want you to get lonely. I'm not lonely, I have so many friends here, Nise said, gesturing to all the figurines and body pillows. I have Sakura, Hinata, Machida, Zero, Rimuru, and all my friends on the internet, so that's where she learned those words. Izuku cringed internally. He couldn't push any more than he already was, given the situation, but he was liking how this unfolded less and less. Well, so long as you're happy. But I would consider talking to Fu and Sansen a bit more. If you want to. Nise frowned at that. They don't really seem to talk much. Oh. Yeah. Izuku quickly realized the fault with his logic. Neither Fu nor Sansen were particularly talkative, especially around people they were unfamiliar with. Well, then I guess nothing can be done. I'll leave you be, but if you ever want to talk to me just call. Okay? Nise nodded, before looking back at the TV and unpausing. Izuku left the room, giving Nise a concerned look all the while. Soon Izuku was out of the room and had closed the door behind him, before immediately going into a slump. This was not a good situation. Nise was getting comfortable, but in a way that could be problematic in the future. At least with Fuka she actually wanted to go out and talk to people. Nise seemed to have no desire to do the same, and she had reason to not feel safe outside of her room here. And he couldn't do anything about it without the risk of making her feel scared or uncomfortable, and maybe even destroying her trust in him. Ugh. I need to take something for this headache, Izuku thought as he rubbed his temples. All I can do now is wait and build her trust in me. Things were not going as planned. True, the caretaker was a very nice person. He just radiated a sense of safety and kindness she'd never felt before. Never something she'd felt from her parents anyway. It hurt to accept, but it seemed like Fu was right. Her parents hadn't truly loved her. Some part of her always knew, she just didn't want it to be true. But now that she'd failed, there was no point in denying the truth any longer. She couldn't return, so she might as well embrace this new chance. Not that Nise gave her much choice. It was bizarre really, that girl coming out of nowhere, but she was an opportunity. So she allowed her to act while she lay dormant. The problem was, that Nise was an incompetent coward. She had no desire to stay in a room for the rest of her life, debating who was the true husband with morons on the internet. Something needed to give. It seemed she'd have to intervene once more. Fu walked up to Nise's room with a plate of food in his hand. "Nise, I have your dinner. Come in," came Nise's voice on the other side. But there was something off about it. Fu raised his guard and entered the room as the door opened. When he came in, he saw Nise, sitting on her beanbag chair, looking at the screen. Fu took a close look at her from behind, and once again he got that feeling of wrongness. Nise didn't seem as enraptured as she usually was with what she was watching, nor was she clutching a figurine or body pillow. Something was up, he was sure of it. "Hello, Fu," Nise said in a voice that was far too sweet. And that's when Fu figured it out. "Hey, not Nise, it's been a while since we last talked, hasn't it?" Fu said in response. "You already tried this act back in the forest, so how about we just skip this part? Okay?" There was a short pause before Nise turned to look at Fu with a sharp glare. "You're too smart, you know that?" One moment, Nise was sitting down in her room, watching anime as usual. And then the next thing she knew, she was waking up on a bed, being stared down by Kiba and Fuku. "Huh?" Nise shot up and looked at both girls with alarm. "About time you woke up. You need to answer for yourself." Kiba glared at her harshly. "What?" Nise backed up as far away from them as she could. "What? How did I get here? Answer for what? What did I do?" "Something horrible, take a look." Kiba pointed at Nise's chest. Nise looked down at her chest, and quickly her face scrunched up in disgust. Tapped to her chest was a note with the words "Ikigo is best girl" written on it. "How could you say something so horrid?" Fuku asked her. Wait. I didn't write this. I don't know what happened, but I'd never write something like this." Nise defended herself, her fears currently put to the side by her fan rage. "I didn't even think Darling in the Fran was that good." "Okay, I wouldn't go that far," Kiba argued. I kinda lost interest when they went into space," Fuku admitted, getting a slightly betrayed look from Kiba. "I'm sorry, I couldn't keep up with the plot anymore. Listen, it's all very simple." Kiba started explaining. "Lady Kiba, I don't think having big boobs gives you an advantage in a fight," Fuku argued. The three girls were now sitting in a circle on the floor of Kiba's room, continuing their lengthy discussion. "Nonsense. The larger your boobs are, the more flesh there is between your heart and an attack. Kiba argued. And they're also very bouncy, I'm sure they could negate an attack. I don't think that's possible, Nise argued, before going into thought. Then again, I don't remember ever seeing someone get hit in the boobs. Obviously yanders are worse than tsunders. Yanders are creepy murderers and tsunders are just annoying at worst. Kiba argued. Most of the time I think that tsunders are pretty cute. But they're everywhere. Nise complained. In almost every anime, the first or second girl is almost always a tsundere and they're just so mean. At least yanderes are more rare. Oh wow, they both make good points. Fuku thought as she went into deep contemplation on which deer was worse. Guns. Nise shouted. Her and Kiba were face to face, locked in a heated argument. Swords. Kiba shouted back. Guns. Swords, guns. Swords. Guns. Swords. Gun swords. Fuku added, to try and appease both sides. The two looked at her curiously. Gun swords. They then looked back at each other and shook hands. Gun swords. Lady Kiba, I don't know how you're not getting this, Fuku said, looking at Kiba sadly. Izakais are amazing, even if there are a lot of them. I'm sorry Fuku, but they're overdone and boring. Kiba argued firmly, crossing her arms. Look, here is the plot to every izakai ever. A person dies, gets reincarnated, gets overpowered ability, and never has any real problems. It's just boring. It's not that simple. Not all of them are overpowered from the start, sometimes they have to work for their own. Nise argued. Like that time I got reincarnated as a slime or the spider one. And even if they are overpowered, the show can still be super wholesome. Fuku added. Like in Kumakuma Bear or that one about killing slimes for 300 years. It's like a comfy slice of life fantasy. Kiba sighed. I mean, maybe not all izakais are bad, but most of them are. Like that one about being turned into a vending machine. Okay, actually, that one is good, Nise argued. Let's explain. Ha 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 ha. All the girls were beside themselves, with laughter, as they tried to stay upright. Oh wait. My favorite joke was the one where she covered her friend in slime. Kiba added. I remember that. I laughed so hard I had to pause it. Nise laughed. I'm still not over Rengoku's death, Fuku admitted, looking down at her legs. I know, right? Kiba agreed. He was such a great character, why did he have to die? And so soon too. Nise added. He was only there for one arc. Couldn't he have at least died in the final, like so we all agree that Sword Art Online is trash, right? Nise asked. Trash is a strong word, but yeah, I don't like it. Kiba agreed. Kirito's just so boring, Fuku added. Did you guys know about that S.A.O. spin-off that's actually good? Nise asked them. The other two's eyes went wide and they shook their heads. Oh, you should watch it. It's about Gun Gale Online. And while the girls were having their discussion, Fu was on the other side of Kiba's door, listening in. Looks like that did the trick, Fu thought. The girls had been talking for hours now, and he was pretty sure some bond had been formed. With that, his mission had been complete. Now he just needed to file the report. So you met with the other personality again? Izuku and Fu were in his office, with serious expressions on their face. Fu nodded. It wasn't for long. She didn't really want to stick around. But I did confirm two different things. And those are? Izuku paid close attention. 1. What she wants. Or at least what she says she wants. Fu explained. I think she was being honest, but I can't tell for sure. But she said that she just wanted her old life to disappear. I see. Izuku took a second to try and figure out what that meant exactly, but that was a lot to try and put together, so he put it to the side for now. And what was the second thing you confirmed? Her name, Fu explained. It's Kira. Author's note, so yeah, Nise's name is revealed. Now I can stop calling her Nise. Chapter 144, Midoriya News Part 1. And welcome, everyone, to the first episode of Midoriya News. Ken and Nara were currently dressed in tiny suits, sitting at a news station, a desk with a green screen behind them, imitating a newsroom, where we report all the insanity that happens here at the Midoriya Foundation. Ken continued. I'm Ken, here with my sister Nara, and we will be your reporters for today. Was honestly expecting you to introduce me with some kind of insult, Nara said, giving her brother a confused look. No need. The comments will do that for me because the world gets to be subjected to the sight of your face. Ken smirked. Oh, that's rich coming from the guy whose only dating experience comes from a girl who wanted to turn you into a dog. Nara fired back. Ken's face went red with embarrassment, and he decided now was a good time to move on to the actual news. My sister's ugly face aside, in today's news we'd like to talk about our wicked new security system. That's right, the head of the Midoriya Foundation, Izuku Midoriya, has taken the villain attack on our home very seriously, and has taken the opportunity to vastly improve security while construction was happening. Nara explained as an image of a turret appeared next to her. Turrets and watchtowers have been added in addition to the Grim, and even more is to come thanks to the addition of a new division to the Midoriya Foundation, the Scientific and Research Division. This new division will be led by a former DOC employee, Marujan. Ken explained as a picture of Naru popped up next to him. She doesn't look like much, but apparently, she's really smart. Suddenly popped up from behind the desk. You could say she's smart as a fox. Ha 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 ha. A laugh track played while Ken and Nara gave very unimpressed looks at the camera, and went back down. Ken sighed. She's like that all the time. Help. Back to the topic, we actually have an interview coming up with Jig later, so stay tuned, Nara said. In other news, the Midoriya Foundation welcomes in 4 new members. Pictures of Sheena and Nise appeared on the screen. On the right we have Sheena. She is a defector of the Meta Liberation Army. She was unfortunate enough to be born into that group of dirts, and forced into it by her sucky parents. Ken said, not hiding his disdain. She helped a lot in fighting those loser villains that attacked us, using the attack as a chance to get away from those jerks. Her quirk is called Death's Hand. Nara reported as footage of Sheena using her quirk played over them. It allows her to transform her hands into scythes, and when she cuts something with those scythes, she can kill anything, including parts of them that you can't normally kill, like the will to fight, or your quirk. Yeah, it's a pretty cool quirk, not as cool as ours, but pretty close. The name is way too edgy though. I mean, Death's Hand? What is she, 5? Then again, it's better than any named weeb over here could come up with. Remember when you called Wildvine Ms. Plant? Guess that was a mistake. Popped up once more, and the laugh track played before she sunk back down. Ken and Nara both sighed. You know that was your fault, right? Nara said, glaring at her brother. What? How is that my fault? You're the one who came up with that stupid name. Ken argued. You're the one who brought it up. Nara shot back. And like have any right saying anyone's naming skills are bad when you named one of your forms I-Guy. I-Guy is a great name. Ken continued. Splash. From off-screen, Koda shot 2 blasts of water at both of their faces. Back on topic, Nara sighed, rubbing her temples. Yes, thank you. Moving on, next we have Nise. Not much is known about her, other than she was found with amnesia. Her quirk is called Vectors. You know Doc October from Spider-Man? Ken asked the camera. Basically her quirk is that, but invisible, giving her 4 invisible psychic arms that come out of her back. Moving on, we have 2 more occupants joining us that you may be familiar with, Nara said before images of Alice and Cole went up on screen. That's right. The sister and niece of the #1 American hero Stars and Stripes. Alice and Cole Bate. Yup. People knew S&S were coming to Japan, but they didn't know why. Well, we'll tell you. Ken announced. It's because her little sister was coming over to accept a job at the Midoriya Foundation. That's right. Miss Bate will be acting as head secretary for the Midoriya Foundation, and looking at the amount of paperwork the director has to deal with, all I can say is, thank you. Nara gave a short bow of appreciation, before continuing. Now you might be wondering, why did they decide to leave their sister's hero agency and come all the way to Japan? And the answer to that is none of your business, Ken shouted. Anyway, that's all for the new guys. Let's move on to Shruku with sports, while my sister cleans up her face. Wait, when Nara was interrupted, as Ken pulled out a cream pie he was hiding in the desk, and threw it at Nara's face, absolutely smoothing her and whipped cream. Ha 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 ha. Ken burst out laughing, collapsing over the desk as he descended into a fit. All the while, Nara took a few seconds to process what just happened, before pulling out a thick hardcover book and raising it over Ken's head. The camera cut, just as she was bringing it down. Hello everyone, I am Izuku Midoriya, and I'm here with Kiba Midoriya and Sori Jaga at the tennis field, to watch the most powerful game of tennis to ever be played. Izuku explained. Behind her was, of course, the tennis court, with Kiba and Sori on both sides. You may have beaten me once before, but this time your queen will prove to be victorious. Kiba shouted at Sori. Sori smirked. I'm looking forward to it, Lady Kiba. Come on. Make my body tingle. Let the game begin. Izuku shouted. Kiba was first. She threw up the ball high into the air, before jumping after it, and raising her racket. Slam. Kiba slammed the ball with her reinforced racket, causing it to shoot down towards Sori's side like a meteor. Oh shit. Sori thought, before she leapt into action. Literally, she jumped back, and leaped into the air, ready to meet the ball. She knew that if she tried to hit the ball, its forward momentum would only bring them both down, so she had to be a bit more creative. With excellent precision, she moved her racket behind the ball as it was rocketing down, before pushing it down, and then deflecting its momentum, turning it sideways, causing her to spin around rapidly before eventually, she managed to send the ball back at Kiba. Kiba was too shocked to react in time, as the ball flew right past her, hitting the floor as she got ready to move. Curses. Kiba tried to hit her with a super serve, but Sori countered with a spin, and earned 15 points. Izuku announced. It looks like Kiba's not happy about that though. Let's see what happens next. TCH. Kiba scowled as she pulled out another ball, the old one having flown off to who knows where. You almost got me with that one, Lady Kiba. But I was just a little too clever. Sori said, not seeing the irony of that statement. Kiba frowned for a second, before a smirk appeared on her face, as an idea came to her. Oh, but I can be clever too. Just watch. Then she quickly threw the ball up and aimed her racket so it would send the ball flying left. Sori saw this and geared her body to start moving left. Only for Kiba to miss, and then quickly change her position, so she hit the ball right with all her might. Shoom. The ball went over to the right, and Sori's eyes widened, as she quickly tried to shift her body to the other side and run over to it, but it was too late, and the ball went rushing past her, hitting the court. Looks like Kiba faked Sori out, getting her to 15 points. Izuku announced. Just so you know, this game is up to 30, so each side only needs to score one more time to win. Hey, nice one, Lady K. Completely took me off guard. Sori smirked as she took out another ball. Now, let's finish this, Lady Kiba. Once and for all. I'm ready when you are. Kiba got into a battle stance, ready to hit the ball back. Sori got ready to throw the ball up when suddenly, shadows started moving over the court. Huh. Wow, would you look at that, it's time for the weather. Izuku called. Seems like we're about to have a rain of fireballs coming down. I'd suggest staying inside. Suddenly a crowd of manticores flew over the courtyard and started spitting fireballs down on both sides of the court. Whoa. Sori and Kiba started dodging the fireballs, as they were flung down from the sky. Kiba watched as Sori gracefully dodged each fireball. Darn it, she's too good at dodging. At this rate, I won't be able to focus when she throws the ball. I need to slow her down. Wait. That might work. Just need to wait for the right moment. After getting used to the new obstacle, Sori finally managed to throw the ball up and got ready to knock it over to Kiba. And in that moment, Kiba stomped the ground, creating cracks and causing the whole ground to shake, as well as messing up Sori's movement a bit. Sori tripped and barely managed not to fall, but her racket flung forward and hit the ball into Kiba's side of the court. Kiba rushed over and smacked the ball as hard as she could, back over to Sori's side, making sure to avoid the fireballs. Sori was about to hit it back, but her imbalance, combined with trying to dodge the fireballs, caused her to miss the ball, as it flew past her, and hit the court. And with the shockwave, Kiba wins it. Shraku said, giving her a short applause, as Kiba stood on the field looking proud. Of course I'm victorious. I am the great Izuku Midoriya after all. Ah ha 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 ha. Kiba laughed victoriously. Of course, it's unfortunate that she had to mess up the court to do so, but hey, at least Dad's not doing the paperwork all alone now. Shraku pointed out. Kiba suddenly stopped, laughing as her eyes opened wide before she looked down at the court, which was now cracked and uneven. Then she looked back up to the sky and screamed. Curses. Well, that's sports. We'll be back to Nara and Ken after these messages. Shraku said to the camera before it cut off. Please, you are the only one who can save our world, said a woman's voice over a black screen. Suddenly, it showed a man who looked suspiciously like an adult Ken, floating in what looked like space, in front of a massive goddess that looked suspiciously like an adult Eri. Hero from another world, I summon thee, said the goddess. Explore a whole new world, said some words over a black screen. Then it showed the main character, running across various different landscapes, from lush forests and plains to dark, shadowy lands, to vibrant oceans, to volcanoes, all rendered beautifully in the best graphics imaginable. Make new friends, came the words on the black screen again. Since you're new here, I'll be your guide, said a woman that looked like an adult Fuku. Please rely on me. Time for things to heat up. The camera switched to an adult Netsu-looking character with swords made of fire, getting ready to attack. My magic is unmatched. The camera once again switched, now showing a girl that looked like Nara in a witch outfit. Turn into epic beasts of nature, said the words over the black screen again. The dragons are said to be the embodiment of this world's elements, and the protectors of all, explained Fuku's character as it showed the Genesis gauntlet, a big golden gauntlet with multiple slots, and with this, you can call upon their power. Embody it. Then, the camera started to show various different parts of a dragon that appeared to be made out of wood and had a glowing green eye, and a mane made of vine, before showing it off completely. Roar. Fight for the sake of this world, came the words on the black screen again. The camera now showed an image of a giant black bird, covering the world, before it switched to show the already shown characters, fighting monsters in real-time gameplay. Then it switched to a throne room and had the already shown characters in front of an adult Kiba-like character. If you stand in my way. Suddenly, the Kiba-like character opened her eyes, revealing them to be a chilling shade of red. Then I will crush you completely. Cut to black. Once more, before the name of the game appeared on the screen. Dragon World Omni that stayed on screen for a few seconds, before some more logos were revealed. One was the logo for Omni Games, and then under that were the logos for the consoles it was going to be on. And then, just as it seemed over, everyone went black again and the voice of Eri's character came up once again. Fear not. You are not the only hero I can summon from other worlds. Then suddenly, cut to a bright light, and All Might appearing on screen. I am here. It then showed some footage with All Might as part of the party battling foes for a little bit, before it cuts to a black screen with All Might standing in the back, and the words All Might pre-order bonus. Cut back to Ken and Nara at their news desk, although they looked more disheveled. Their suits were torn up, Nara still had some cream in her hair, and Ken had a giant bump on his head, but they acted like nothing was wrong. That's right. The first game from the soon-to-be legendary game developers, Omni Games. Ken said proudly. Led by yours truly. Dragon World Omni is an open-world RPG, where you'll gain allies and skills to help save the land from evil, Nara explained. But that's not all. As some of you may have seen, you can summon heroes from our world into the game, including All Might himself. I won't reveal those characters just yet, but I'm sure you'll love being able to have your favorite heroes join your party. And don't worry, while All Might is a pre-order bonus, you can still get him in-game. It'll just take you a bit longer. We've been working super hard on this game, so expect the best. Ken gloated. I mean, did you see those graphics? Yeah, it turns out you're good for something after all. Nara rolled her eyes. Anyway, I think it's about time we moved on to the last part of the report, that interview with Miss Jung. Brought to you live by our interviewer. They cut the camera over to Ken and Maru in the room, with one long couch. On one end was K, and the other end was Maru, who was looking exceptionally nervous. Oh. We're on. Hi everyone. K waved to the camera, Maru doing the same but very timidly. I'm Midoriya. Here with Maru-Jikan for an interview. So let's get an interview of your mind. Ha 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 ha. Once again the Ken laugher played at K's horrible jokes. So, then, please tell us about yourself, please. I'm sure everyone would love to know more about you. K prompted, giving Maya a bright smile. Oh well. I'm actually an orphan like all of you. Or like all of you were. Mai corrected. I don't know what happened to my parents, but I guess it doesn't really matter. I was raised in an orphanage, an actual orphanage, not like this place. It was much worse, and there wasn't nearly as much to do. You could play with the other kids but, well, you see the second tail. It's actually a birth defect. And because of it, all the other kids made fun of me and wouldn't play with me. Sometimes they'd tie my tails together for fun. Oh. Some people did that to my snakes too. It was super hard to untie. K said, keeping her positive attitude despite the horrible thing she just said. Yeah, definitely, Mai groaned, remembering the literal hours they used to spend untying their tails, as all the hairs got caught together. But, putting that aside, I didn't have all that much to do aside from watch TV. K nodded. Did you see something cool on the TV that made you want to learn how to make machines and stuff? Mai chuckled at K's comment and her enthusiasm. Well no, but you're kinda close. My interest in machines did come from the TV but not in that way. You see, one day the TV broke. And the orphanage didn't have a whole lot of money, so they weren't getting a new one anytime soon. The other kids just played with each other but as I said, that wasn't really an option for me. And since I had nothing better to do, I decided to try and learn how to fix the TV, and that's when I picked up my interest in machines. I was so confused at first at how everyone worked and fit together, but once I understood it, it was just so amazing to me. And so once I finished fixing the TV, I started experimenting with other things. I started going to the library to learn absolutely everything I could about how things worked, and then later on I'd go to junkyards and try to make things out of the scrap. And I started getting more and more successful, and soon enough I just became obsessed with making, fixing, and discovering things. It became my passion. Wow. You was absorbed by Mai's enthusiasm, absolutely enthralled by the sense of wonder and joy in Mai's eyes as she talked about her passion. That's super amazing. You got that smart by just reading books and practicing. Amazing. You're amazing. Mai turned bright red at that comment and giggled a bit. No, you think so? I was just really determined is all. I'm sure anyone could do it with enough work. Even me. Asked. Mai smiled at her. With enough hard work and determination, I'm sure you could do anything you want. J, just so long as it's legal, of course. K nodded. Of course. Please get back on script. Fu said from off screen. Oh. Okay. K said, before pulling out the loose script they'd written, and trying to see what the next question she was supposed to ask was. So, what do you plan on doing now that you're the head of the new division? Well, Mr. Midoriya wants us to help make things to defend and assist you guys first and foremost, Mai explained. But aside from that, just some casual research into some interesting topics. Like what is Yami's Grim Goop? Cool. Are you gonna hire employees? I hope you don't plan on doing all the work and almost dying like Daddy did, K said, giving her a look of concern. No. I'll hire some employees. Maybe not too many, but just enough to get things done without overworking anyone. Mai answered, before turning sheepish. I actually, already hired someone. Oh. Who? K asked eagerly. I can't say, Mai explained. If she announced publicly that the first person she hired was her girlfriend, then people would be up in arms. But let's just say she's gonna be a big help. I sure hope so. K responded. Time's up, we have to finish, Fu said from off screen. All you. K pouted, before looking at the camera. Well, looks like our time is up. Make sure to come back again to see what's news. Ha 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 ha. As the laugh track played once more, Fu sighed. Just had to fit one more in. Cutting back to Ken and Nara, Ken was embedded in the wall, while Nara was sitting at the desk staring at the camera. Thank you, everyone, for listening to our news broadcast, Nara said, giving a small bow. Please remember to like and subscribe, and ring the bell for notification. And make sure to check out Dragon World Omni, in the description below. Until time everyone, take care. So yeah, this is a new thing I just came up with. Basically this is a YouTube news parody made by the Midoriya kids. Kiba is a part of this. But she still has her own chapter 145, Pro Gamer Move. I heard people say that the best way to find out if a relationship would work, would be for the couple to move in together, and see if things went smoothly. So was it wrong to consider it a sign that her time with Yami here had gone so smoothly? Every day was so much fun. They'd play video games, go out and give out candies to the less fortunate, play in the park, and she'd even started learning how to cook. She was terrible at it, but it was a start. It was so great she dreaded the idea of playing video games alone again. Which is why she was currently sulking at the kitchen table. Because in a few days Yami would be returning home. What's wrong, Sunshine? Her mother asked her as she went into the kitchen, and saw her daughter with her face on the table. Nothing, Mai said weakly, in a tone that contradicted her words. Oh, dear. Her mother pulled up a chair and sat down next to her. Is it because Yami is leaving soon? No. Mai lied. Oh dear, why don't you ask him on a date? Her mother just said outright. I'm not in love with him, Mom. Mai denied, not moving an inch. Her mother put her hand on her daughter's head. So you don't get excited by the idea of spending a whole day by his side? Holding hands on the beach? Mai blushed because she knew what her mother was doing. She could read emotions, that was her quirk. So the only thing she could do was try not to imagine what her mother had just put in her head, and how lovely it would be. And where it could go from there. She was failing miserably, in case you couldn't tell. Sunshine, you know you can't hide things like this from me. Her mother told her. And it won't do you any good to hide away your emotions. Bottling them up will only lead to pain. You need to follow your heart. Like I did when I was your age. Mom. I think I'd die of embarrassment if I tried doing what you did. Mai said, finally tilting up her head to look at her mother with her very red face. But what if he doesn't like me? What if I make things weird? It's going to be weird no matter what, sweetheart. Her mother said honestly. If you hold it in the whole time, It's going to be weird trying to hide the fact that you have feelings for him while dealing with your unresolved feelings. If you confess and he rejects you, it's gonna be weird because the two of you will have to deal with a one-sided relationship, and if he accepts, it's going to be weird, because you won't know how to be in a relationship. Mai groaned, putting her face back on the table. Mom, this isn't helping. Well dear, that's just how it is. Her mother said honestly. It's going to be rough, but regardless it will get better. If you choose to deal with it. If you just keep pushing it off, then it will stay awkward and hard to deal with. I'm not going to force you, sweetheart, but I strongly recommend you do something about your feelings. Mai thought about that for a minute, really letting her mother's words sink in. Okay, just a little further, we've almost finished the raid. Mai was now in gaming mode. Sitting in her room was Yami, as the two of them played on separate PCs. The game they were playing was one of Mai's favorite MMOs, Never-Ending Fantasy XIV, which Mai had convinced Yami to play quite some time ago. Mai's character was, of course, a DPS character who specialized in speed, and used dual daggers. And Yami's character was a healer. Given how new he was to the game, he would normally be rather weak. However, thanks to the legendary item known as the credit card, he managed to get some equipment that made it so he'd be able to keep up after some intense grinding. The two's characters were running along with a large party of people, Mai towards the front close to the tanks, while Yami was in the back with the other healers, behind the mages, archers, and magic gunmen. Good exercise for my fingers, Yami noted, as he rapidly healed the party with all of his skills. I know, right? Mai agreed, before getting back in the zone, as they approached the boss. Okay, Yami, we're coming up on the boss, so I need you to focus harder than ever before. Yami grunted in confirmation before his eyes focused on the screen. The party entered the boss's room and were immediately confronted by the boss, Cliffdrop, a giant golem dragon. Be careful, Yami, this boss spawns pools of quicksand in whatever spot has the most blaze in it. Don't just stay in one place, and don't touch the edges of the walls, they're covered in spikes, Mai warned him, getting a small nod in response. The battle raged on, each member of the large party doing their job. Mai was furiously hitting her keyboard. Each second a new skill would refresh, and as such, she needed to press at least 3 keys per second. Yami, remember, don't always try to heal. If everyone is above half health, then attack the boss. Okay. Yami wondered how she could possibly pay attention to both his character and her own while pressing that many keys, but he just added that to the list of things about Mai that amazed him. The battle was long because the boss was an absolute damage sponge, but eventually, they got it down to 1/10 of its health. Suddenly, a whirlwind of sand surrounded the dragon, damaging everyone who attacked him from close range and nullifying all damage. Oh shoot. Yami, get ready, he's about to unleash his desperation attack. It'll fill the entire screen and do crazy damage. Mai explained as she got ready to use her skills that would help her survive. The support characters are gonna start buffing you guys and lowering your cooldowns. Start spamming your healing moves like crazy. Got it? Yami shouted as he got ready to mash like never before. The dragon unleashed a massive sandstorm, covering the entire battlefield, and doing lots of damage to everyone on the field. Yami started mashing his healing skills as fast as he could, but he was still new to the game and was being swiftly overwhelmed, unable to press all of them at the same time. Mai could see Yami's health dropping, and she knew he was struggling to keep up. He was still a noob after all. I could go help him and leave my character on auto battle, but auto battle is trash. I'm not sure my character will survive if I do that. But then again, this might be my chance to impress him. Screw it. She pressed the auto battle key, dived over to Yami, and started pressing keys along with him. Come on, Yami. Heal. Heal. Yami looked at her shocked for a split second, before continuing to mash keys. With the efforts of the two of them, They managed to hit all the keys, keeping Yami's character alive, as well as helping the healing efforts in general. After a few more seconds, the attack had ended, and most of the players had survived. Mei's character had also survived, but not by much. The AI was mindlessly attacking the boss, using her skills slowly in comparison to how Mei used it, and her character was on the verge of death, and was about to feel the wrath of one of the boss's AoE attacks. Seeing the danger, Mei rushed back over to her seat, turned off auto battle, and used her movement skills to get herself out of the way, just in time to dodge the AoE. Yami then started to focus his efforts on healing Mei. The boss was almost dead, they just needed to last a little bit longer. The next couple minutes were spent nervously attempting to keep Mei's character alive from the brink of death, until eventually roar. The golem dragon let out a death cry, as its health bar had finally reached 0. Cracks formed, and the dragon crumbled into dust. They had won. Phew. Both Mei and Yami had reeled back, letting out a sigh of relief. Yami had no idea why he felt so exhausted. It was just a game after all, if they failed they could try again. But Mei's desire to win was so intense, that it spilled over to Yami, and he took this much more seriously than he otherwise would have. As the quest ended, and the rewards came in, Mei and Yami turned to each other and raised their arms. Smack! And both of them gave a very, very satisfying high five. The two smiled at each other, which was rare, as Yami was not exactly expressive, but after a while, Yami got up and started stretching. Gonna go get food. Be back. Yami went out of the room, closing the door behind him, leaving Mei with a dumb smile on her face. This was what was so great about gaming with Yami. Being in charge of a team, working together to barely keep each other alive, and then coming out victorious and celebrating at the end. It made her heart beat fast. I strongly recommend you do something about your feelings. Her mother's words rang out in her head, causing her face to turn bright red. Should I ask him on a date? Mei's face turned even redder at the idea. Now she was nervous once again, but for a very different reason. There would be no resetting if this went wrong. But if things went well, could she be even happier than this? The idea was just so tempting. Then the door opened, and Yami came back, holding 2 cans of gamer fuel and 1 big bag of chips. Back. Oh, hey. Mei said, trying to bring her thoughts together so she could speak coherently. Thanks for the snacks. I really need it. Hey. Why are you nervous? Yami asked, of course being able to see her emotions. This was the downside of having a crush who could see your emotions but somehow still didn't find out you had a crush on them. They could see through you just enough to make you have to explain yourself, but not enough to just figure you out and get the ordeal over with. I wanted to ask you a question. Okay. Do it, Yami told her. He'd told her not to be afraid to ask him anything, and he meant that. Mei bit her lip nervously, as she tried to muster up her courage. I was wondering if you'd like to ring. Ring. Just then, Yami's phone started to ring in his pants. Yami raised up his finger, indicating for her to give him a second, before pulling it out, and answering. What cliché timing. Mei thought to herself, as she watched Yami listen to whoever it was calling him over the phone. After a few minutes, Yami finally responded. Okay. I'll tell her. Soon. Goodbye. And with that, the conversation ended, and Yami put his phone back in his pocket. What was that about? Mei asked, her curiosity overtaking her other feelings at the moment. They're starting something called Minecraft server, Yami explained. Want us to join? Oh, a group Minecraft server. I've always wanted to be part of one of those. Mei had seen many videos of people on group Minecraft servers, and it looked like a ton of fun. I'd love to join. If they can handle me, that is. Yami nodded. Okay. What you want to ask? I was wondering if Mai could feel herself losing her nerve. It was now or never. If you'd like to share a Minecraft house with me. Yami stared at her blankly for a second, before shrugging. Okay. Mai screamed in her head, but she forced herself to smile. Thanks. Well, why don't we log on to the server and start building? What did I just say? Mai screamed in her head. Why did those words come out of my mouth? Out of all the things I could have said. To Mai, this was the worst possible thing she could have asked. Because to a normal person, this meant pretty much nothing. But to a gamer, sharing a Minecraft house symbolized some kind of relationship, usually romantic. She'd somehow been both over-romantic, and not romantic enough, and now she couldn't back out without looking weird. Why are you still nervous? Yami asked, confused as to why she'd still be nervous if he already said yes to her question. Oh I just really want to make the best house possible. Mai lied. Fortunately, she was too nervous to feel guilty about lying to him, so Yami didn't notice. We will, Yami assured her. You're best at games. So no problem. Mai's face somehow got even redder, and she quickly went over to the TV. Thank you. Now let's start now please. Hey guys. Here's the Mai and Yami chapter 1 told you was coming. Although it's more like an interlude. Yami will be brought back to the house soon enough, along with Jin finally arriving. Also yeah, the kids have a Minecraft server now. May do something with that. May not. Depends on how much you guys want to see it. Chapter 146, The Fun Never End. Wow. Mary looked up at her new lab, with Uki by her side. The lab was a 3-story high, white building, that stretched over the length of 2 football fields, not including the 2 levels that went underground, and stretched on even further. It's amazing, Uki whispered in amazement. I want to make sure that my employees work in the best conditions and have everything they'll need, Izuku said from behind them. Thank you Mr. Midoriya sir. Mai turned around and bowed to him. I really don't have the words to express how grateful I am. Then use actions, Izuku told her. Like I said, I don't care what you do here, who you hire, or what you research, just so long as you make me what I ask. Research what I ask. Do your best, not to hurt anyone, including yourselves and your staff. And of course, do nothing illegal. Of course sir. It's our honor to take on such a responsibility, and we will do our best not to disappoint. Uki said, bowing to him alongside her girlfriend. Izuku pulled out a paper and handed it over to Mai. This is your yearly budget. I'm not saying I won't let you go over it, but it would have to be for a very good reason. It may raise if we earn more income. Mai unfolded the paper, and when she looked at the number, her eyes went wide. Oh, wow. Uki took a look at it as well and had a similar reaction. Oh my. Izuku smiled at that reaction. Hopefully, that means they won't be going over budget anytime soon. Well, I'll let you two get settled in, Izuku said as he started walking away. I have to go, receive 2 children. Izuku waited in front of the house for Yami and Jin to arrive. He'd instructed the DOC agents to pick up Yami on their way, to save Mai's family the trouble. After some time passed, finally, he got a notification that the car was approaching the gates. He opened them with his phone and allowed them inside. The car drove up, around the tree, and to the front of the house. Before stopping. Immediately, the back door opened up, and Yami came out, walking right up to Izuku. Izuku smiled and leaned down, scoping Yami up in his arms, happy to see a small smile on Yami's face as well. Hey there Yami, how was it? Good. It was fun. Got lots of energy. Yami explained, giving Izuku a quick hug. I'm glad. On both accounts. Izuku said, putting him down before nuzzling his hair. Sir, Sai said, as she exited the passenger seat. Bura, thank you for keeping him safe, Izuku said, giving her a short bow. I'm just doing my job sir, but thank you, Sai said, smiling at her boss's gratitude. Yawn. At the sound of a yawn, they all looked back at the car and saw Jin stumble out of the car, wearing purple pajamas, and a harness on his chest, containing a mostly empty fractal, which was currently absorbing the radiation he was emitting. Jin rubbed his eyes as he slowly walked toward them. After a couple of seconds, he reached them, and then looked up at Izuku, finally fully opening his eyes, inspecting the green teen for a while. "You're my new caretaker or something?" "Yep. My name is Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you." Izuku kneeled down and extended a hand for him to shake. Jin curtly shook his hand, before yawning again. "Hi. I'm Jin. Can I go to my room now?" "Of course. Do you want me to carry you?" Izuku asked him. So long as Jin had a fractal on him, his radiation wasn't dangerous, so he was safe to touch. "Please," Jin said, raising his arms up, allowing Izuku to pick him up and carry him away. "Yami, feel free to do whatever you'd like for now. I'll talk to you later," Izuku told him, receiving a thumbs up from Yami, as Sai picked up his things, and they all headed into the house. Izuku reached Jin's room rather fast. Like Fuko and Nise, Jin's room had a metal door to make sure the radiation didn't leak out. Izuku opened the door and carried Jin into the room. It was a rather simple room, as most rooms started. The only special detail was that the floor had very tiny holes in it. One of the reasons it took so long for this room to get made was because of this floor. It was designed to suck the chaos energy that radiated off of Jin, and tunnel it over to the laboratory. There was also a closet, full of empty fractals, and harnesses, for when he left the room. Jin looked around for a few seconds before grunting. "Looks good. You can let me down now," Izuku said the boy down on his feet, where he promptly walked over to the bed, got under the sheets, and before Izuku could say anything, he fell asleep. He had expected this thought. Due to his birth defect, Jin's quirk was constantly active on a low level, which had, unfortunately, had the side effect of leaving him almost constantly drained and out of energy. This meant that Jin spent most of his day asleep, and when he was awake, he typically didn't move around a whole lot. "Well, hopefully, this means I don't have to worry about him getting into trouble," Izuku sighed. Izuku, Yami, and Sori went into the forest, ready for yet another demonstration of the new Grim. "So why'd you call me for this, kiddo?" Sori asked the pale boy curiously. "Wanted to see if you could beat new Grim," Yami explained. "Made it to beat you." "Oh? Now you getting me excited." Sori grinned, before cracking her knuckles. Eventually, they reached an opening, big enough for the display. "Alright kid, show me what you got." Sori went over to the center of the clearing and got in a battle pose. Yami then started barfing up his grim goop, until it made a very, very large puddle. After a few seconds, the goop started to rise, and take form, until it took the shape of 7 new Grim. These Grim were very tall, lanky humanoids, with skull-like faces, that emitted a red glow from their face and eyes. Its entire body was skinny and skeleton-like. It had extremely long arms, but no hands, rather its arms just split into 2 very long thin fingers, with claws on the end. The thing was even more nightmarish than a normal Grim. "Oh, scary," Sori commented, not sounding scared at all. "They look pretty scrawny if you ask me," was Yami's response, as he silently ordered the 7 Grim to surround her. "So, what do these do?" Izuku asked. "Watch," Yami instructed, before giving his next command. "Attack." The 7 Grim screeched so loudly it rang throughout the forest, causing all the humans around them to cover their ears. However, this did stun Sori for a second before she regained her composure. Fortunately, while the Grim were advancing on her, they were very, very slow. They moved even slower than a normal human walking. "Gonna have to use more than just loud noises to beat me, kid," Sori shouted before she dashed over to the closest Grim, and thrust her claw forward, right at its throat. only for it to bounce off its neck, leaving a very small cut. Realizing that these things were much tankier than they looked, Sori switched her tactics from one-shot kills to rapid strikes. Sori unleashed a rapid stream of claw slashes at the creature's neck, digging deeper and deeper into its throat. But something was off. Her eyes widened, and she jumped over the monster, away from the Grim, and looked at herself. Something's off. Why does my body seem so heavy? It wasn't like her body was physically heavier, it was more like she was being drained of energy. Is that what these things do? Sori thought to herself. Crap, I need to fight these things without touching them. How do I do that? As she was thinking, the Grim raised up their arms and they extended out towards her. Sheet. She thought, as she dodged to the left, and started running to avoid their extended arms as they followed her. For a while, this continued. Sori continuing to move and dodge away from the Grim easily, but unable to actually attack them. Eventually, though, Sori got tired of this and scowled at the Grim. Fork it. Sori dug her claws into the ground, and lunged at the Grim at full speed, tackling it to the ground. She sat atop the monster and unleashed a flurry of claw strikes at its head and neck. After what felt like 100 attacks, Sori finally ripped the thing's neck open. The creature let out a silent roar, as it started to fade and die. But this did little for Sori, who felt absolutely drained. She really didn't want to move anymore. And to make it worse, the other creatures extended their arms and grabbed various parts of her body. At first, Sori wanted to slash them off of her. But that sounded like so much work. Ugh. All Sori could muster was some weak slashes, which did approximately nothing. As the creatures descended on her, Sori just couldn't muster the energy to move, or to even care. Why fight back? These things wouldn't kill her after all. She just had to call out, and it would be over. But that sounded exhausting too. Why do any of that, when she could just lay down and do nothing? And so as the monsters stood over her, Sori just laid down and did nothing. Enough. Get off. Yami ordered. The Grim obeyed, taking their hands off of Sori, and backing away. Izuku ran over to Sori, who was still laying down, staring at the sky. Are you okay? Dunno. Sori's voice was almost monotone. She didn't even bother to tilt her head to look at Izuku. Hey, boss, could you just leave me here? I don't feel like moving. Or talking. Or doing anything, really. Izuku turned to Yami. Yami, what did these things do to her? And can you undo it? They drain willpower when touched, Yami explained simply. Very sturdy. Hard to kill. She'd be okay in few hours. Okay, I see. Izuku put his hand to his chin and started thinking. On the one hand, this could be very effective. They managed to beat Sori after all, and she powered through literally every other Grim Yami had made. But on the other hand, these things were extremely slow. Izuku could probably escape from them without much help. So unless the intruders stopped to try and fight these things, they wouldn't be super useful. At least not in small numbers. If he had large groups of these things placed in strategic locations, they could be very effective at stopping intruders or at least slowing them down. Then there was also the issue that seemed a little inhumane. Sure, the effects wore off, but Izuku had been in the position of having little to no willpower, and it was severely unpleasant, to say the least. Still, if they could help him protect the children, then he didn't have much choice, did he? Not with the MLA out for his blood and his children. Well, we'll talk about how these will be put into the defense later. For now, make something to pick up Sori, and then let's go back. So we can have your welcome feast. Izuku told him with a smile. Izuku let out a pleased sigh as he lay in bed. Overall, things had gone well today. There had been no issues with the lab. Yami and Jin got here safely. Yami made a new powerful Grim, and Sori had recovered well from the effects of the new Grim, which Kiba had called the apathy. Sori had taken care of most of the paperwork today, meaning Izuku actually got to spend time with the kids. Things were looking up. Now his priorities were hiring more personnel, namely a nurse, and getting Yami to spit out some more Grim to get their defense back in full force. He also had another session with Rent soon, meaning he would be getting further along in their test. As Izuku laid down, closed his eyes, and got ready to go to sleep, Izuku sighed as he opened his eyes back up, and picked himself up so he could look at his phone on his nightstand. It was a couple of texts from Tsuma. The first one was a photo of herself in a bar, with a very large blonde woman. That by itself was good. Tsuma was already getting out there and interacting with people. But it was her second text that interested him more. "I may have found you a nurse." It read. Izuku felt like an idiot. He had the head of several hospitals in his department, and he didn't think to ask her if he could get his hands on a doctor or something. Another text. It read, "She's willing to do a psych probe. She's rather desperate for a job because her method of healing, while effective, is rather unorthodox. I very much doubt she's a secret assassin, but you can test her any way you want." Well, that's a good sign, Izuku thought as he texted back. "Thank you for the help. And I'm glad you're getting more social. You'll have your pictures shortly. Give that person my contact information." Izuku texted. After that, Izuku quickly texted Tsuma about 10 pictures of Eri he had on hand, before putting his phone down. Once more, Izuku laid down, with a smile on his face. After so much work and so many setbacks, things were finally looking bright once more. Seems like the period of hardship would soon come to an end. Izuku grunted, as he picked himself back up, flipped his phone over, and looked at who the heck was calling him now. And when he saw the name on the caller's ID, he froze. Izuku just looked at the phone as it vibrated, unsure what to do. Part of him wanted to ignore it and just go back to sleep. But he was too curious and cautious. He had no idea what this was about after all. And it would have to be a pretty serious situation if his father was calling him after all this time. Yeah, the work's not done for Izuku yet. Who is this new person Tsuma is suggesting he hire? Why is Izuku's father calling after all this time? Author's notes, find out sometime soon. Not next chapter though. That's a therapy chapter. That's right, I'm leaving you on a cliffhanger and making you wait for the answers. Chapter 147, Bakublock. Hey guys, so, I heard some of you have issues keeping track of all the characters in this story. I've been thinking of a solution to this problem, but that probably won't come for a while. For now, I'd recommend using the TV Troops page for this story. It's not 100% complete, but it does have all the characters. Also, I'd like to thank the people making the page, from the bottom of my heart. Anyway, on to the story. Are you okay? Ren and Izuku were in Izuku's office, sitting on opposite couches once more. Honestly no, but I don't want to talk about it right now, Izuku sighed as he started chugging his coffee. You do realize this is therapy, right? Ren asked, taking a sip of his own coffee. I'll talk about it eventually, just please not right now, Izuku begged. It's fine, I'm not gonna force the matter. Just wanted to remind you that this is a good place to get things off your chest, Ren told him. Thank you, I'll touch on this one day, just today, Izuku said, before finishing his decaf coffee. Shall we get to the point? If that's what you want. Ren took a few seconds to finish his own decaf coffee. Then let's go. Entering the velvet room, now that he knew what was happening, was a rather pleasant sensation. He awoke at the bar, facing Livenza, who quickly gave him a polite bow. It's a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Midoriya, Livenza told him. When we heard of the attack on your home, I was worried for your health. But it appears you are mostly intact. Although the stress seems to be negatively affecting you once more. But you seem to be handling it better than before. Thank you, and I appreciate the concern. Izuku bowed back. I'm just glad we got through it all without anyone being killed. Things like that make me wish I could use my fighting abilities in the real world. Ren sighed. Same. Izuku chuckled. How useful Heracles would have been during that attack. Speaking of which, sorry for not staying longer, Lavenza, but I really would like to get to the palace. It's fine. There are many people who are more eager to get into the palace after their first experience. Lavenza explained, before motioning to the back door. The palace is ready. Please remember not to rush through it. Even though this method, healing, takes time. Izuku nodded. Right. Thank you. Izuku and Ren were back in front of Aldri and quickly entered through the gates. All the shadows surrounding them on the outside avoid them. Now that they know we can fight back, it seems the ones outside won't touch us, Ren noted as they strolled up to the school. Typical of bullies. Without the teachers covering for them, they don't have any protection. Izuku sighed. As if only it was that simple in real life. Then again, I never really tried to stick up for myself back then. The two of them arrived at the front doors and took a moment to stop. Well, it's time to fix that, Ren told him. Are you ready? No, Izuku answered honestly. If he had it his way, he'd never enter through those doors again. But he needed to confront his trauma if he was ever going to move past it. But let's get this over with anyway. Ren and Izuku put their hands on the door, and pushed it open, before entering inside. Slam. The moment they went inside, the doors slammed behind them, with an almost deafening sound. Ren turned around and tried to pull the door open, with a tug. Looks like we can't go back through there. You said this place worked based on cognition, right? Izuku recalled. Whenever I was here, I always felt like I was trapped here until school let out. So I guess that means we're stuck for 6 hours, perhaps, Ren said, turning back towards the school hallway. But just in case, we should keep looking for exits. Until then, stay on guard. All right. Izuku agreed as the two made their way deeper into the school. You said we were looking for my shadow, so where would it be? I don't know, you tell me, Ren said. It's your past and your cognition. Right. Izuku started thinking, as they turned around the corner in the hall. And that would likely be Deku. Izuku froze, as a familiar voice made itself known. They both looked down the hall and saw Bakugo Katsuki charging toward them, but this wasn't the real Bakugo obviously, it was a cognitive Bakugo, based on Izuku's view of Bakugo from back then. Naturally, this led to this Bakugo looking more intimidating than normal. His eyes were pure red, and explosions danced on his palms, constantly. He was also way taller than the real Bakugo, standing tall over both Ren and Izuku. This was the guy you thought would make a good hero? Ren asked Izuku. He doesn't look like this in real life. Izuku defended. He himself was surprised by how Bakugo looked in his cognition. Considering that he didn't view Bakugo as a bad guy by any means. Then again, he always knew to fear Bakugo whenever he saw him at school, so perhaps this made sense. I heard you caused quite a ruckus out there, Deku. Cognitive Bakugo laughed, before charging at them. Guess I need to put you back in your place. Boom. Cognitive Bakugo used his explosions and blasted himself toward the two of them. Izuku froze. He wasn't scared of real-life Bakugo, because he knew if the blonde did anything to him, that would be the end of his hero career. That was not the case for Cognitive Bakugo, and now he was starting to feel like he really was an Aldri again. Fortunately, Ren was there and managed to react in time. Persona. Arsene came out and shot a ball of black fire at Cognitive Bakugo. Cognitive Bakugo charged through the fireball and took no damage as he made his way toward them at an alarming rate. Sheet. Ren cursed, as he and Izuku dodged to the side. Kaboom. Cognitive Bakugo hit the wall, causing it to explode, sending Ren and Izuku rolling away across the ground. Izuku grunted in pain, as he and Ren stood back up, while cognitive Bakugo walked out of the hole he created in the wall, and stared the two of them down. Ren summoned a handgun and started opening fire on cognitive Bakugo. The bullets bounced off Bakugo's skin, doing absolutely nothing to him. Heracles! Izuku shouted out, summoning Heracles behind him, who then rushed at Bakugo in order to attack him. Heracles raised his weapon to strike cognitive Bakugo, only for cognitive Bakugo to fire off two massive explosions at Heracles, engulfing the persona entirely. The muscled persona was launched back, and Ren barely managed to pull Izuku out of the way to keep Heracles from crushing him. Heracles hit the school door and slumped against it before vanishing. "Alright, I'd say that's our cue to leave," Ren said. "How? My cognition won't let us leave?" Izuku asked, a bit freaked out that cognitive Bakugo seemed to be invincible. "True. But what do you think is stronger? However, there's such thing as a cognitive contradiction," Ren explained as he got into the middle of the hall. "Watch. Hey, super pissed Pomeranian. Come and get me." "What was that?" cognitive Bakugo shouted as he emerged from the smoke, staring right at Ren. "I'll kill you." With that, Ren started running towards the door, and cognitive Bakugo unleashed another explosion behind him to launch himself at Ren. Ren was a few feet from the door when cognitive Bakugo caught up, but just when cognitive Bakugo was raising his hand forward to unleash another explosion, Ren summoned Darsene. Kaboom! Cognitive Bakugo unleashed a massive explosion from his hand that blew through the door, tearing the doors off their hinges and sending Ren flying through the opening. Ren flew through the air, as bits of the barrier he had summoned at the last minute floated around him before vanishing completely. The therapist flipped through the air in an overly flashy style, before landing on his feet. It worked. Izuku gasped, looking at the now open entrance, exit. A cognitive contradiction. I guess my idea of the school being unescapable clashed with my idea of Bakugo being strong. I guess Bakugo couldn't be strong if he couldn't destroy a door. Come back here, you bastard. Cognitive Bakugo fired an explosion at Ren, who dodged by jumping back. Midoriya, it's time we took out leave, don't you think? Ren took out a grappling hook and shot it at cognitive Bakugo. The hook wrapped around cognitive Bakugo, and Ren flung him to the left, sending him into the air, and out of Izuku's way. Grrrrrrrrrr. Die! Cognitive Bakugo shouted as he blasted himself towards Ren once again. While Ren distracted cognitive Bakugo, Izuku ran through the door and quickly made his way towards the gate. Once Izuku reached the exit, he turned back towards Ren and cognitive Bakugo. Heracles! Make some cover! Heracles appeared in front of Izuku, and quickly raised his weapon up into the air, before slamming it down. Slam! The attack smashed into the ground, causing it to shake and rumbled, as well as creating a massive cloud of smoke and rubble. Gah! Deku! Where the fork are you and the masked loser? Cognitive Bakugo shouted. Meanwhile, Ren started running towards the exit, before stopping once he reached Izuku. Good work. Let's go. With that, the two ran away from the school, exiting the palace. Ren and Izuku were back in the real world, sitting on the couches once again. Well, it appears we've reached a cognitive roadblock, Ren explained now that the two were settled back into reality. To explain, a cognitive roadblock is something in your cognition, which prevents you from resolving your issues. Taking the form in the cognitive world, as an overwhelming oppressive obstacle. In this case, the blonde boy. Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku sighed. I always thought he was strong. The strongest even. I don't think he's the strongest anymore, but I still consider him very strong. I didn't think I thought he was that strong though. I'd be easy to just tell you he's not invincible, but that's likely not going to work. Ren sighed. We're going to have to deal with this, with some plain old-fashioned therapy, during our next session. I apologize for not getting much done today. It's fine. Like Levinza said, These things take time. Izuku pointed out, leaning back into the couch. Ren smiled. Thank you, for being understanding. Meanwhile, outside the office, Yonda was listening in, with a massive smirk on her face. So all I need to do to help father is show him how pathetic Bakugo is. Oh, this will be fun. With that, Yonda ran all the way back to her room, before taking out her phone and texting Mineta. Change of plans. I'm going to need some additional favors. She texted. I'm going to hate this, aren't I? Mineta texted back. I need you to have Bakugo Katsuki humiliated in battle. Yonda texted. I don't care how you do it, just make sure it happens. And make sure to record it, and send it to me, come on. Bakugo's one of the strongest people in class, how am I supposed to do that? Mineta texted back. Isn't the video I gave you enough? People will be pointing and laughing at him for a while already. What if he finds me out? Do you have any idea what he'd do to me? Is it as bad or worse than what I'll do to you? Yonda replied. There was a brief pause before Mineta responded. I'll do it. But, you have to promise me you'll give me more of those dirty books Midoriya confiscates from the library. Good boy. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get your treat after you perform your trick. Yonda giggled manically. She got to hurt someone she hated, and help her father. What a wonderful day today was. Author's notes, it's time to pick on Bakugo again. Don't worry, I won't be picking on him forever, eventually, he will grow. But growth is painful, and this case, entertaining. Chapter 148, Project Reaper. Ah good, it's on. Hello. My name is Marujikan, head of the Midoriya Foundation's scientific branch. Gosh, I still can't believe I can say that. But back to the main topic. This will be my first log as head of this branch, starting my first new experiment. That being Project Reaper. Project Reaper is focused on researching and improving the performance of Grim. For reference, Grim is short for grotesque, revolting, infernal, misshapen, monstrosities. Wonder how long it took for them to come up with that. Although I wonder why DOC put more effort into this acronym, and not their own. Whatever. Anyway, back to Grim. Grim are the product of the quirk of Yami Midoriya. His quirk allows him to absorb negative emotions from people around him, and use them to create this kind of black goo. Dubbed Grim Goo. Guess they didn't feel like being as creative with this one. Grim Goo then can be used to create the Grim. Grim can be created to do practically anything. They can have abilities similar to quirks, but the more useful the abilities, the more negative energy is required to create them. Known abilities of the Grim include super strength, speed, and durability, limb extension, poison creation, intangibility, possession of non-living objects, regeneration, limited shape-shifting and adaptability, fire breathing, telecommunications, lightning breath, sonic attacks, heat generation, mental manipulation, and the Wyvern even has a limited recreation of Yami's own quirk. It seems as if Yami's quirk has no limit to what he can create, so long as he has enough negative energy. My first question when studying the Grim is, what is negative energy truly composed of? Unfortunately, I can't simply take a sample of its skin or anything, as whenever a Grim is killed or a piece of them is cut off, it turns into this kind of black smoke, before disappearing completely. So I have to study a live Grim. Well, not live per se, because Grim, while they do mimic living things, aren't alive themselves. They have no will of their own, and can be affected by quirks that don't affect living things. Back to the main topic. Under careful analysis, it seems that Grim are rather unstable creatures structurally. While they look perfectly solid, they appear to actually be wanting to turn into a gas and are being forced into this solid state by some kind of internal power. This would explain why the Grim immediately turn into gas after they die. As for where the gas goes after it vanishes, so far I haven't been able to find any conclusive answers to this question. However, I do have a theory. Emotions are considered non-tangible things. However, There are several quirks that can be affected by emotions, proving that emotions are in fact some form of a tangible thing, just not in a conventional matter. It's like they exist in their own world. And believe that once this negative energy is free from the grasp of Yami's quirk, it returns to its own world. Or perhaps I'm overthinking it, and it simply fades from existence. I'll try and figure out more about that later. Now, on to the exciting part. That energy I mentioned that's keeping these things together, it's chaos energy. Not the same kind of chaos energy that Jin gives off. But it's the same energy at its core. It's just altered in some way. My speculation is that chaos energy when placed in a human body, can be altered by that person's genetics, resulting in the system of quirks we have now. But once again, that's only a theory. But enough theories, time for testing. Now how am I going to test these, you ask? Well, that's simple. I'm gonna stab them with stuff and see what happens. Hehehe, seriously thought that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to stab each current variant of Grimm, with one of three things. The first will be an empty fractal, and the next will be a full fractal. And the last will be a chaos emerald. I will be documenting how each Grimm reacts to each. Let's see how it goes. Okay, I was planning to make a log documenting the test results for each Grimm, however the results among pretty much all the Grimm were the same, except for some notable exceptions. First things first, the results for the empty fractal were the same amongst all Grimm. After injection, the Grimm would soon begin to die. And not because it was stabbed. All areas that were stabbed were non-lethal areas, so stabbing them there shouldn't have killed them. At least that's what I thought. As it turns out, the empty fractals were able to suck out the chaos energy that was lying within the Grimm. This is a massive discovery, and the implications are enormous. Would you get similar results if you stabbed other quirk creations? Or even a person? Of course, I'm not gonna stab someone and see what happens, but I'll have to find another way of testing this. But back to my current experiment, the chaos energy gained from the Grimm was a far smaller amount compared to what we get from Jin. It took several Grimm to fill up a single fractal, but once we did, instead of glowing vibrantly in a rainbow-like fashion, the crystal instead turned black, and when the Grimm eventually died, they didn't turn into smoke like they normally do. I suspect that the fractal absorbed not just the chaos energy, but the negative energy attached to it. For now, I'll refer to these as black fractals. I have no idea what would happen if one were to try and use a black fractal like they would a normal one, but given they probably have negative emotions sealed into them, I'll have to find a safe way to test that. But for now, I'm putting away all 7 black fractals in deep storage. It's best these aren't touched anytime soon. Anyway, on to the full fractals. Mostly the same thing happened whenever I inserted a full fractal into a Grimm. They exploded. At first I wasn't fully sure why this happened. I thought either A, the two different types of chaos energy might conflict with each other, or B, the Grimm's bodies couldn't handle the added amount of chaos energy, and thus exploded. Turns out, it was B. Grimm's bodies were made to hold a very specific amount of chaos energy. When you flood their bodies with even a little bit more, well, you get the point. This unfortunately also caused the fractals to explode as well. Which was unfortunate, both because we lost a fractal, and because I almost died. FYI, we will not be going through the Chaos Emerald tests, as if those were to explode, it would likely kill everyone at the Midoriya Foundation, and probably most of the city. So as you can see, most of the results were the same, across all Grimm. Except for the Hound. When I inserted the full fractal into the Hound, it reacted much different than the other Grimm. It just kinda melted. It melted into a black and white puddle. Neither the fractal nor the brain that was inside the Hound was found. This is interesting, but I'll be honest, I had no idea why that happened. I scanned the goo afterward, and interestingly enough I found both more chaos energy that Hound initially possessed, and brain waves. Meaning it was still, well, not alive but Online, I guess. It didn't end up like the other Grim is my point. I think that this the Hound's way of adapting to the excess chaos energy that was flooding its systems. It's possible it even used the chaos energy to help further its transformation. Although, this seems to have rendered the Hound immobile, as it won't move even when ordered to. I'll research this further at a later time. For now, the former Hound will be placed in a container and put into storage. And that brings us to the conclusion of this experiment. While I did get interesting results, it seems that for the time being, chaos energy cannot be used to improve the performance of Grim. At least not right now. I'll be sure to check this again later, once I learn more about chaos energy. Well, on the bright side, even if we can't augment Grim with chaos energy, we can still use more ordinary methods. And by that, I mean mechanical augmentation. Although even that is rather difficult. Many Grim either won't benefit from it or just can't handle having any augmentations made. For various reasons. But for now, let's focus on what I can do, instead of what I can't. After all, I need to show Mr. Midoriya some results. First of all, for the Beowulfs, I'm designing some new armor for them. These will help reinforce their unarmored parts, especially their necks, as well as increase the effectiveness of their claws. It's a simple upgrade, but an effective one. Next we have the Ursa. I can't do much with these on account of their weight, but I can give them some light armor. Beringals are similar, but I can't even do that, as they have far more mobility than the Ursa, and giving it too much armor will heavily affect that. All I can really do is add some neck armor. Boar tusks are more fun. I'm developing armor for its exposed underside, as well as along its exposed spine. This armor will turn its rolling attack into a saw blade attack, making it much more effective. Goliaths are even better. Due to their strength and size, I can make quite a few adjustments without affecting their overall abilities. For 1, guns. I've decided to attach 2 turret guns to each side of the Goliath. These will of course be controlled by the security center. I've also noticed a big weakness of the Goliath. If you get on its back, there's not much it can do. As such, I've decided to add a large metal plate to its back. If it detects someone trying to get on top of it while the foundation is in emergency mode, it will electrocute them. The amount of electricity doled out won't affect the Goliath much, but the same probably can't be said for whoever is attacking. Griffons are also a pain because they have to fly, so again can't augment them too much. Some lightweight armor and that's it. The Knuckle V, oh, I got that on the first try. The Knuckle V is once again something I can't do much with. Some light armor to the horse's neck and a third metal claw on its hand things. And lastly the Wyvern. You'd think this would be another case like the Goliath, but nope. It has to fly, so I can't add too much weight. But at least I can add some heavier armor. For now that's the only thing I can do. I'm going to ask Mr. Midoriya for permission to create a Grim cyberization facility, and then see what I can do from there. Until then, that's it for Project Reaper. Okay, I know I said that was it for Project Reaper, but I just thought of something. What if irradiated the Grim goo in its purest form? Grim, once they take physical form, can't handle additional chaos energy, but perhaps in this liquid form, something will happen. I really don't know what to expect here, but hopefully, it'll be useful. Right now, we have a tube, which sucks the chaos energy from Jin's room, and brings it over to the fractals. My plan is to run the chaos energy through the goop and see what happens. Be back when I have results. Okay, results came quicker than expected. After about 48 hours of irradiation, the goo has undergone significant changes. And by that I mean it's still mostly black, but with a glowing green core. Small problem though. I was curious to see what Yami could create with this new goo, only to find Yami was no longer able to create anything with this. I have no idea what I'm gonna do with this now. So I'm just gonna inject some Grim with it, and see what happens. This time I'll be more cautious, in case of explosions. Okay, good news. No explosions. So injected some creeps and biwolves with the new goop, and their bones started glowing green. At the very least they don't seem to have been affected, much other than that. I'm gonna run some tests and see what happens. Okay, never mind, they do in fact explode. But this time that's a good thing. You see, upon further inspection, I found that thanks to the added mass of the goo, the Grimm were able to withstand the added chaos energy. But only barely. When the Grimm's physical form is sufficiently disrupted, the chaos energy will become unstable and explode. Or in simpler terms, when they die, they explode. This could be very useful for some of the lesser Grimm that normally wouldn't be able to do much to stronger opponents. I'll talk to Mr. Midoriya about this later. For now, I'll call this project a success. Log Project Reaper on hold. New project added. Project named. Project 7 Shadows. Project Eraserhead. Project Liquid Chaos. Current projects: Project Reaper, Project Seed, Project Chaos Control, Project 7 Shadows, Project Eraserhead, Project Liquid Chaos. Okay, so this was dealing with the new science division and what they're working on. Chapter 149, Help and Harm. Izuku didn't know what to think about this new nurse candidate that Tsumi suggested. Vera Nukatina was a 25-year-old Russian woman, who came to Japan because she was having trouble finding work in the medical field. This was because she was adamant that she should be allowed to use her quirk, as it was very effective in healing people. And to her credit it was. It was also very easy to see why no hospital would want her to use it. Vera's quirk was called Reverse Action. It allowed her to take an action she performed, and then turn it into a reverse action. In other words, the action would do the opposite of what it was supposed to. In other words, she healed people by doing things that normally do the opposite of healing. So her medical tools weren't so much scalpels, bandages, and the like. Rather she used guns, hammers, and flamethrowers. Obviously, hospitals wouldn't want such things around, but given that his children were far more dangerous than any sort of conventional weapon, Izuku didn't care all too much. If it weren't for the fact that he was currently the target of assassination. Now, on one hand, the woman has undergone a physic probe, so he was as sure as he could possibly be that she wasn't an assassin. But, in the off chance that she somehow managed to trick the test, he'd literally be giving the opportunity to fire lethal weapons at him. The only thing she'd have to do was not use her quirk on him while healing him. But Izuku did feel bad for the woman. If he denied her a job here, chances were slim she would find a job anywhere else, at least in the medical field. Which she was clearly desperate to do, considering she jumped countries to look for work. And Izuku's paranoia was battling his desire to help people. However, given that it's Izuku, one can guess which one out. And that's what led Izuku to be face to face with the woman, in his office. Izuku was of course sitting at his desk, while Vera sat opposite to him. Vera was a very large woman, standing almost 7 feet tall, and with a body not dissimilar to Star and Stripes. She had long blonde hair going down her back, and bright green eyes that stared at him intensely. "Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Midoriya," Vera said. Her voice definitely had a thick Russian accent to it, although her Japanese was perfectly fine, although even without the accent you'd be able to tell she was a foreigner just by how loud and boisterous her voice was. "And thank you for coming in, Miss Nukatina," Izuku said politely, as he nervously shuffled in his seat. "Now, I don't want to waste your time, so I'll get right to the point. I understand why you want to work here, but I want to know, why do you want to work in the medical field so much?" "Well, when I was a little girl, I got very, very sick once. It was terrible. I couldn't get out of bed for more than 10 minutes, I was in constant pain, and I was convinced I was going to die," Vera explained with a look of disdain. "This sickness lasted for a whole year. It was hell. Ever since then, I've always hated illness and sickness. So when I learned that I could get rid of illness and injuries by attacking them with weapons, I knew that this was my calling. I see. Izuku nodded. So you want to be a medic not because you want to heal people, but because you hate the concept of injuries and illness? Yes. Vera answered strongly with a nod. Izuku thought to himself. Well, that's a unique motivation. If they were gonna send an assassin, they probably would say something like they just want to heal children or something nice sounding. This feels too genuine to be fake. Okay. Well, I know you're good at healing, but how clean do you keep your workplace and tools? Izuku asked. If you're hired here, you will be expected to keep everything as clean as possible. Of course. Dirtiness brings illness. So I always make sure to keep everything as clean and tidy. Spotless. Here, take a look. Vera then pulled out her phone and showed Izuku a picture of an apartment, presumably hers. It was a very cheap place, but it was surprisingly clean given how places like that normally looked. This my current home. Of course, money is tight so it's not very good, but I keep it in the best condition. I see. That's very encouraging. Izuku noted as he looked her over, noting her very clean appearance. Her white shirt and jeans, while cheap, were very clean. Spotless even. Alright, well, how are you with children? Obviously, as this is a child care facility, you will be dealing with children on a daily basis. Vera winced a bit. I do quite like children, however the same cannot be said in reverse. I hate seeing sick and injured children, so I can't help myself but to want to heal them with my work. This has gotten me in much trouble. I'm quite lucky I have not ended up in prison. Okay. Izuku was surprised anyone would say that during an interview. But somehow that made Izuku trust her more. Well, given the kind of children we house here, I don't think that will be much of an issue. Speaking of which, this is a very dangerous work environment. The children here have powerful and deadly quirks, which they can have a hard time keeping control of. Not to mention, I'm currently the target of a very powerful villain organization. Of course, we're doing everything we can to make things as safe as possible. But I cannot guarantee your physical or mental safety. Vera shrugged. That is fine. After all, if I don't get this job, I will be broke. I assure you being out of money is far more terrifying than quirks or villains. Fair enough. Izuku had heard similar lines from Okuko. And I have to ask, do you have any combat skills or experience? It's not necessary given your job, but it would help, given the situation I'm in. I am not experienced in battle, but I'm trained in using various weapons. Vera explained. Although I dislike bringing harm on other people, I will if need be. That's more than good enough I suppose, Izuku noted. He then went silent for a while, as he considered everything that was said. Alright, well, I think with all things considered, I have no reason not to hire you, ahaha. This is great news. Thank you so much, kind child. I will serve you well. Vera sat up and raised her arms in celebration. Knock knock. Hello father, may I come in? Asked Yonda on the opposite side of the door. It's important. Izuku immediately grew suspicious. We'll see. Come in. Yonda came in, and immediately Izuku was filled with panic, as he saw her forehead was bleeding. What happened? Before Izuku could finish his thought, or Yonda could get a word in, Vera took action. Vera shot up from her seat, grabbed that seat, and rushed over to Yonda in the blink of an eye. Smash! The soon-to-be nurse then raised the chair over her head and smashed it over Yonda's head, hard. Both Yonda and Izuku flinched at first, and their eyes widened with fear and surprise, as that was the normal reaction. However, swiftly this reaction faded, as Yonda realized a few things rather quickly. 1. She didn't feel like she'd been hit. Like at all. The impact had actually felt rather pleasant, like getting cool after working on a hot day, kind of pleasant. And the aching of her head had vanished completely. In the fact, the wound had vanished completely. Izuku calmed down quickly, as he realized he'd just seen her quirk in action. There we go. Good as new. Vera said, as she put down her chair, which was completely undamaged. Huh. Yonda was very much not expecting that. She had heard that Izuku was hiring a medic and thus decided to test her, by injuring herself. Well, that was interesting. Thank you? Yes, thank you very much for that, Izuku said after regaining his composure. I see your quirk is as effective as I've been told. Yonda, you're grounded for the rest of the day. I know that wasn't an accident. Izuku thought. Yeah, I figured you'd see through that. Fair enough. Nice to meet you, new employee. Yonda said as she took her leave. Izuku sighed, as Yonda left. Be wary of her, she's problematic. Yes, you told me. Dangerous quirks, hard to control. Vera said. No, she's dangerous because of her personality. Although her quirk is to blame for that mostly. Izuku sighed. She is a little girl. How much harm can she do? Vera asked. Hey Uraraka, I wanted to talk to you. Okako sighed. The last thing she wanted when coming out of the girls' locker room was to be confronted by Mineta. At the very least he didn't attempt to end her while she changed. In fact, he'd been strangely restrained for a while now. No perving that they knew of, and a lot less creepy looks. Maybe that's why Okako decided to entertain him this time and stop. She looked down and was shocked to see Mineta looking up at her with concern. And he was looking at her eyes instead of her bust. I just wanted to ask if you were okay after seeing that. Mineta asked sympathetically. After seeing what? Okako asked, confused at his question, causing Mineta's eyes to widen. You didn't see it? It's gone viral. Mineta quickly pulled out his phone and quickly showed a new video on YouTube. One of Midoriya and Bakugo's old classmates just spilled the beans. Okako watched closely, as the video started, showing Bakugo and Izuku in a classroom at their old middle school. Deku, you forking, pathetic waste of space. You think a sheethead like you could ever get into UA past? Bakugo shouted over the phone while exploding Izuku's desk while the green teen trembled in fear. Useless forkers like you should just forking kill yourselves so you don't waste our forking air. And then the video abruptly stopped, as did all the sound in the hallway with it. Okako stared at the phone for a while with wide eyes and tiny pupils. For a moment, she felt nothing. She was actually so angry that her mind couldn't comprehend it, and so she just blanked. But after a few moments, her mind caught up, and her body felt like it was on fire. Bakugo said he was gonna go train by and move forest, Mineta said, and without a word, Okako stormed off. Once Okako was gone, Mineta took out his phone, and started texting Yonda. I'm guessing you saw the video? Yes, and I have to say, I'm not very pleased. Father is definitely going to dislike this quite a bit. Yonda responded. Hey, the only way I could get that Bakugo ass kicking you wanted so badly, was to get your Araka riled up. And now she is. Mineta defended. I'm gonna link you to the cameras I have set up in the forest. You should be able to watch and record the battle from there. Very good. A bit sloppy, but overall a job well done. Yonda texted back. I'll text you once I'm done watching the battle. But first I'm going to make myself some popcorn. Mineta smirked, as he read Yonda's last text. Let's see how smug you are in a little bit, you brat. He then started texting someone else. Fu, do you have the data? Yep. Fu texted back. And I've already planted the evidence. She's not getting away with this. Even Dad can only be so forgiving. Mineta's smile grew. It was time to teach that girl a lesson. No one takes Mineta for a fool except Mineta himself. Chapter 150, Exploding and Exposing. Bakugo was gonna kill Mineta. That little sheet had told him that someone challenged him to a fight in the forest, and so naturally, Bakugo went to beat the crap out of whoever was dumb enough to challenge him. This forest was far enough away from the city that no one would find or hear them. Unless they did something very big and very stupid. Bakugo was really excited to unleash all his pent-up aggression on some asshole, but when he got to the place Mineta marked on the map, no one was there. That forker. I swear if this was some stupid prank, I'm gonna smear grape juice all over you, Bakugo threatened as he stood in an empty opening. Smash. Suddenly, Uraraka shot out of the forest, and kicked Bakugo in the face, with the full force of 30% full cowling. Bakugo went flying, smashing through multiple trees, as Uraraka flipped through the air, and landed on her feet and hand. Okako took a few seconds to get to her feet, as she breathed in deeply. Both because of the absolute rage she was experiencing, and because of the strain Ofe was putting on her body. She could only use about 23% of one for all safely at the moment, anymore and it would start taking a toll on her body. But right now, she couldn't care less. All the pain was being drowned out by fury, and the only thing she cared about was making sure Bakugo paid for what he'd done. Meanwhile, with Bakugo, he was currently laying in a pile of downed trees, trying to figure out what just happened in his heavily dazed state, while the side of his head bled onto the trees. Gah, acknowledgement. Bakugo forced himself up. The entire forest looked like it was spinning and it was blurry as hell. So naturally, he didn't have much of a way to defend himself, when Okako dived down from the sky, with a tree. Slam. The tree crashed into Bakugo, smashing him back down as Okako landed on the ground with the tree in her hands. Slam. 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 Uraraka picked up the tree, and started furiously smashing it into the dazed and confused Bakugo half a dozen times before boom. Bakugo had finally gotten his act together and unleashed a massive explosion as Okako brought down the tree again, utterly destroying it. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr at Bakugo, moving so fast that the boy had no time to react before she started pounding his face in with her fist as fast and hard as she could. "Ya evil piece of shit. How dare you tell Deku to kill himself? Ya hateful little mutt." Kaboom. AGH. Okuko shouted in pain, as Bakugo blasted her off of him, forcing her to land a few feet away from him. As Okuko picked herself up, Bakugo did too, but with far more difficulty. His face was bloody and swollen, and his eyes were wide with fear. Not fear of Okuko, but of something far more terrifying. "What the fork did you just say?" Bakugo shouted out, feeling his heart beat at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and his body emitting more and more sweat. "Where the fork did you hear that? It's all over the internet. Someone snitched on you, and now everyone knows what a bastard you are." Okuko shouted at him, before immediately launching herself at the already injured boy. Bakugo just stared at her with wide eyes, before she crashed into him, kneeing him in the face. The two of them went flying forward, with Okuko's knee in Bakugo's face the whole time, as Bakugo smashed through even more trees. Eventually, their momentum stopped, and Bakugo hit the ground on his back, causing Okuko to roll forward onto the ground. Okuko tumbled across the ground before getting onto her knees. She tried to stand up, but she was suddenly struck with intense pain all across her body. Uraraka crumpled to the ground and coughed up blood. God damn it, both of them were now on the ground, unable to fight, not that Bakugo would even if he was in any condition to. Because it was over. The one thing that even he was genuinely ashamed of, got out into the public. His dream was over. And it really was his own fault. Yonda frowned as she watched the fight over the cameras Mineta had set up. "I'm not sure I should let Mineta upload this, it'll show father how pathetic Bakugo is, but is it worth it?" As she was thinking over her plan of action, suddenly, her head started to hurt intensely, and then everything went black. When she came to, her head was still pounding and her vision was blurry. "Oh, what the heck?" Yonda thought as she clutched her head, and her vision started returning to normal. And when she could finally see again, she realized she was still sitting at her desk, looking at her computer. But instead of looking at a live feed of Okuko and Bakugo, she was looking at a YouTube channel. To be specific, she was looking at the same YouTube channel that released the fake video about Bakugo telling her father to kill himself. Except it seemed like another video had been uploaded. This one titled, King Explosion, Murder. This was the clip that Mineta had taken, of Bakugo's prototype hero name. She had specifically asked for this, because it was so embarrassing, and she knew people would make fun of him for it forever. But there was something else that was very, very wrong about this situation. And it seemed that this was somehow, her YouTube channel, as she now had control of it, and was seemingly about to publish another video, this one of Okuko and Bakugo fighting. Yonda's eyes widened with fear. Oh crap. First of all, she never meant to upload any of the videos herself. Izuku had access to her computer's history and could look at anything she did on the internet. She'd assumed that the YouTube channel had belonged to Mineta when it was uploaded, as she had no memory of uploading any of these videos. Second, she had no intention of uploading the Okuko and Bakugo fight, as it would get Okuko in big trouble. She didn't know how she was going to show it to Izuku, but it wasn't like this. Yonda quickly looked for a way to cancel this, while she frantically tried to get her thoughts together. How did this happen? Why did I suddenly go unconscious? Crap. 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 Maybe I can fix this, before Father Nodak slam. Izuku suddenly slammed her door open, and fixed a glare on the young girl, causing her to freeze. The green teen stared at Yonda's computer, before glaring at the young girl, with a mix of fury and disappointment. Ah. Crab baskets. Yonda thought. And so, 3 hours later, Yonda laid down on her bed, just waiting. Not much else she could do, seeing as she was now grounded, for a month. All of her electronics had been taken away, and she was forbidden from leaving her room for 2 weeks, with the only exception to that rule being her mandatory community service. She would also not be receiving any allowance for 3 months. And there was an additional, extra punishment that would be carried out later. So now, all she could do was wait. For him. Knock knock knock, come in. Yonda said, her voice filled with barely hidden contempt. And that's when Fu and AKA came in. Well well well, it looks like evil has been defeated once again. Ahaha. AKA laughed in her head. I knew you two were responsible for this. Yonda forced on a smile and tried to remain as calm as usual. Because being angry showed a lack of control. And like hell, she would admit to losing control. Unfortunately, her eye twitching and her balled up fist kind of gave it away. I'm guessing Mineta was also working with you. Which is why the data drive I had has gone missing. Yonda asked, already knowing the answer, getting a nod in return. Well, would you mind at least telling me how you did all this? Well, it started a while ago. When I saw a weird super chat on Kiba's stream, I decided to investigate more. Fu explained. Turns out, it was a hidden cry for help from Mineta. So after I contacted him, he explained everything. The blackmail, what you wanted to do to Bakugo. And he begged me to get the data back and free him from you. Of course, you had to be punished for your wickedness, so Fu came up with a plan. AKA cackled. While you were sleeping, we inserted a little piece of me inside you, and then Mineta sent us the videos, and I uploaded them with your body, on your computer. So that's why I blacked out. Yonda grimaced. Could you at least take yourself out of me now? We already did, couldn't leave any evidence after all. Fu explained. Anyway, after all that was done, I just had to tell Dad that I saw you uploading a video, and once he saw the video about Bakugo, he put 2 and 2 together. Fortunately, Mineta should have already released a video showing that the Bakugo video was fake, and that video about Okuko and Bakugo was never released, so they won't get in any trouble. And how are they going to explain why they're both injured? Yonda asked. Mineta claimed they were attacked by a villain, and after realizing they were tricked, they were smart enough not to say otherwise. Fu continued. And so, everything went according to plan. HMPH. Yonda huffed. before giving a mock slow clap. "Well done. It seems you've bested me this time. But next time, I won't be so reckless and overconfident. No matter how many times you try, we will put a stop to your evil ways. Your arrogance will be your doom." Ah ha ha ha. AKA laughed. In other words, bring it on. Fu challenged. 2 days later, Yonda was sitting in her room, reading a history book. What she could read now was filtered, and had to be brought to her by others. Knock knock knock. "It's me," Izuku said to her mentally. "Come in." Yonda sighed, as she got ready to give her practiced apology for her action. Izuku came in, and immediately Yonda's mind went blank. Because in his arm, was an animal carrier, containing a small pink cat. "This is the second part of your punishment," Izuku explained, as he closed the door, and set the carrier on the floor, before opening it and releasing the cat. "I figured perhaps maybe you had a little too much free time, so I got you a cat. You will be required to keep them fed, happy, and healthy, and if you don't you will be punished, understood?" Yonda wanted to object, however, she knew very well where she stood. Fu and aka had incriminated her to make what she was doing seem even worse than it already was, and due to her rep, she couldn't make an argument that she'd been framed. In other words, she was in no place to bargain. "Yes, father. I understand. Meow." The cat proceeded to walk towards Yonda and looked at her curiously. Yonda sighed and pouted at the cat. This was going to eat up a lot of her time. "Hopefully, this will help show you how to be compassionate," Izuku said before sighing. "But first, what are you going to name her?" Yonda picked up the cat and took a good look at her. "How about Esper?" "Yes, that is a fine name, if I do say so myself." Bakugo lay in Recovery Girl's medical room, and just stared at the ceiling. The video was fake. As far as everyone was concerned, Bakugo Katsuki had never told Izuku Midoriya to kill himself. But he did. He wasn't proud of it, but he did. Bakugo had seen the comments on that video before it was debunked and taken down. The people wanted his head on a pike. Hell, Okako tried to put his head on a pike, he was pretty sure. Now there was no doubt, if it got out that he really did that, it would be the end of it. And he would have no one to blame but himself. He really didn't know what possessed him to say those words. Take a swan dive off the roof. He'd been pissed off more than normally, sure, but really he didn't mean that in the slightest, and had regretted it soon after saying it. Bakugo always threatened to kill people, but everyone knew he never meant that. And yet, literally everyone believed that video. No one thought it was out of character for him to say something that horrible. Everyone believed he would do that, even his own parents admitted to thinking the video was real at first. He wanted to be angry about that. But he actually had said that. So technically, he was the kind of person to say that. And that frightened him a little, because people who'd done things like that had actually gotten people killed. What if Deku had actually taken his own life? This forced Bakugo to reflect on everything that had happened. Maybe, just maybe, he was the asshole here. Maybe all the people who said he was a complete and total jackass, and that everyone hated him, had a point. Maybe it was time to reevaluate his approach to life. Author's notes. So yeah, it looked like someone was learning their lesson. And before anyone says she shouldn't have gotten a cat while she was grounded, believe me, being forced to clean a litter box is definitely a punishment. Also, this will eat up a lot of her free time. Right now I'm barely able to type as my cat tries to step on my computer and paw at my arms. Also, as for the Bakugo and Okako fight, it wasn't really a fight, as Bakugo was busy being stunned and blindsided, and Okako did not care about fairness at all. If this had been a regular fight, it would have been far less one-sided. Lastly, yes, Mineta, Fu, aka, and Okako did get away scot-free. No one aside from Fu and aka knows Mineta was involved. Izuku doesn't know what Fu and aka did, and No one really knows what happened with Bakugo and Okako, at least no one that will punish them for it. Bakugo is also getting away mostly scot-free, but he has to take another look at his life and see where he went wrong. Chapter 151, Chaos Control. Project Seed. Hello. My name is Akibara. I am a scientist working at the Midoriya Foundation, under my girlfriend, Marujin. And I am in charge of Project Seed. Project Seed is the experimentation of chaos energy's effect on plant life, via gemstone gardening. The process is simple. I am going to grow various plants, with fractals placed underneath them, where their roots will grow. These plants will include a sakura tree, a rose, a Venus flytrap, and a cactus. These will of course be grown in the lab's greenhouse experimentation chamber. I will record my results once something significant has popped up. Well, that was faster than expected. It's only been 3 days, but already there have been significant results. Both the sakura tree and cactus have started growing far faster than they should. The cactus is almost fully grown, and the tree is halfway there, but no petals have grown. As for the rose and flytrap, both of them appeared to make no progress. So I decided to check on the seeds, only to find that they seem to have exploded. With these results, I've come to a hypothesis. Handling chaos energy requires a large amount of mass. Hence the tree and cactus grow at accelerated rates. It's likely they used energy from the fractal, in order to hasten their growth, in order to survive. However, the rose and flytrap didn't have the ability to grow at that rate naturally, and thus couldn't endure the energy's strain. It's also possible that it has to do with how each plant material handles chaos energy. I've heard, for example, that cacti are very good at absorbing radiation. This could be why it adapted so well, despite not being as big as the tree. I'm going to add some more kinds of plants of various sizes, to see if my hypothesis proves correct. This project has been progressing far faster than expected. Firstly, I managed to confirm my last hypothesis. Both the average size of the subject when fully grown, and the materials from which the subject is made of, are very important factors in deciding if a plant can survive chaos energy infusion. Notably, plants that require large amounts of sunlight seem to do the best. The same trend of accelerated growth, or explosions. Some plants manage to grow past the seed stage before exploding, but not very much. As for the first 2 plants, the sakura tree has had to be relocated to our outdoor facility. For 2 reasons. Firstly, it's continued its accelerated growth rate. It's almost double the size of a normal sakura tree. Secondly, would be its unique mutation. Normally, the cherry blossoms on a sakura tree are pink. However, the flowers on this tree have grown in a variety of colors, and are already fully bloomed. But those colors aren't just for show. Each flower, while they are completely normal when still attached to the tree, when they separate from the tree and touch non-plant-based lifeform, have a variety of effects. All of which I have tested on various lab animals, those poor souls. The red flowers, upon contact, rapidly heated up, before exploding. The explosion was rather small. It didn't even immediately kill the rat we tested it on, although it did die later from its injuries. The yellow flowers cause whatever they touch to become magnetic, for about 5 minutes. The magnetic force is quite weak, so making contact with this flower is mostly harmless. The green flowers will cause whoever they touch to experience feelings of intense nausea and dizziness. The blue flowers will cause their victims to lose gravity for about 3 minutes. The purple flowers cause drowsiness. The white flowers seem to pacify whomever they touch, to the point where they have no desire to harm anyone. Note, these could be especially useful later on. I will ask Mai to contact Mr. Midoriya about these later. Lastly, the black flowers are rather interesting. When they come in contact with a living thing, they start to eat away at it. Like acid, but not at the same time. It's like it deletes living matter it comes into contact with. However, While this sounds incredibly dangerous, the process is extremely slow. So much so that none of the test animals actually died or were even significantly injured during the tests. Although I have noted that the little bits of them that were eaten away by the flower do not heal. I'd hate to think of what would happen if someone were to consume one of these. As you can tell, it's very problematic for these to just be falling off the tree and blowing into the wind. As such, it will be moved to a special location, should it grow too big for this one. Now as for the cactus, it's completely transformed into a steel-like substance. It's very similar to steel in both form and function, but upon closer analysis, it's still formed of plant cells. I would say with this, that my conclusion that chaos energy is behind quirks, is all but proven. As these plants have, undeniably, obtained quirks. This is a very exciting development, as no plant life has ever been found to have quirks until now. And I think I understand why. It's been shown that the vast majority of plant life is not suited to absorb chaos energy, in the same way that animals and humans are. Even the plants that were able to handle the energy only managed to obtain it after being directly rooted to a fractal. Perhaps the reason there are fewer animals with quirks than humans is because humans simply have an easier time absorbing and processing chaos energy. I'll have to inform Maya about this. There's still so much to test. So much left unknown. I really have to thank Maya and Mr. Midoriya for this opportunity. This is some of the most exciting work I've done in my life. I've made another major discovery. But before that, I want to make a quick update on the first 2 test subjects. The cactus has stopped growing, and is now about 10 feet tall, and 2 feet wide. Its toughness surpasses steel, and it is an exceedingly strong material. Resistant to heat, cold, and pretty much everything you can think of. Except for some reason, it has a weakness to focused points. Things like spikes, bullets, or piercing weapons, are rather effective against metal. You can also cut off pieces of this metal cactus, and not only will it remain in its metal state, but the cactus will even grow back what was cut off, although this is a very slow process. As for the tree, it's currently at 45 feet, and still growing, although the rate of growth seems to slow the bigger it gets. This seems to be a common occurrence. The effects of the flowers also seem to be increasing in power as it grows. This could become concerning later on. But enough about that for now. I have something absolutely groundbreaking. So I decided to plant several more sakura trees and cacti, to see if they would gain similar quirks to the first 2 test subjects. But they didn't gain similar quirks, they gained the exact same quirks. All of them. This could mean that plants will always gain the same quirk, depending on the type. This could mean we could farm all new kinds of materials, and bring forth so many new possibilities. I'm going to need to expand our research team before I can continue with this, but I'm excited to say, Project Seed is a massive success. I think I'll see if I can get my sisters and mother involved in this project. It does seem a little wrong to try and get my family into high positions like this, but they're the only people I know who can help me with this. Hopefully I can convince them. Project Chaos Control. This is my Jikin, head scientist of the Midoriya Foundation Science Division. And today I start one of the most important projects in my life. Project Chaos Control. Project Chaos Control revolves around learning about chaos energy, and how to utilize it. And first things first, I need to find out how to obtain chaos energy. Currently, the only way we can obtain chaos energy is by draining it from Jin, or by stabbing a Grim, although that may be dangerous, meaning we have no reliable way of obtaining chaos energy. If we lose Jin, we no longer have access to chaos energy, which is unacceptable. So that begs the question, where can we find more chaos energy? The answer, people. After doing some extensive tests on myself, I figured out how chaos energy within a person sustains itself. Basically, humans and animals can convert things into chaos energy. These things mainly being food and water. Plants are also capable of this, converting sunlight into chaos energy. Now obviously, I can't just stab people and drain their chaos energy, so I need to find another way to get it. And well, I have a theory. Ugh. Given that people are born with the potential for quirks, it's like that chaos energy can be found within a human. Male reproductive fluids. This is not gonna but fun to explain to my boss. Alright. Good news. After obtaining a couple gallons of the white stuff, I figured out that there is in fact chaos energy located in it. So I didn't have to explain this to my boss for nothing. Bad news though, it's a very small amount, and there's no way to replenish it once we've drained it. But that doesn't mean we've hit a dead end. For now, I'll have to put this part of the project to the side. Or rather I'll have to separate this from Project Chaos Control. We'll call it Project Chaos Creation. But not for long. You see, I have 2 more employees coming in soon. They should be able to help. Yup, another short chapter, sorry. But hopefully, you liked the content. It seems kind of separate from everything else right now, but soon enough it'll be very important. Now a lot of you have been wondering what's up with the Izuku's father plot line. Well, get ready to find out, soon enough. Chapter 152, Daddy Issues. Cole sighed, and set the paperwork to the side of her desk, before looking over to Izuku, who was staring down at his paperwork, without doing any, as if in a trance. Sir, is everything okay? Huh? Izuku suddenly snapped out of his trance and looked up at her. Yeah. It's just, I have to prepare for some new arrivals that are complicated. Cole raised an eyebrow. I don't recall DOC sending us any new children. Did they just give a notice? Izuku shook his head. No. It's not DOC. For once I wish it was just them springing things on me with no notice. Because this is somehow worse. Flashing back to that night, Izuku was lying in bed and just answered to phone to his unwanted caller. Izuku, it's been a long time, his father said, in his gravelly voice, that sounded like he smoked a million cigarettes. Not long enough, Izuku said with perhaps the most venom in his voice he'd ever had. What on earth could you possibly be calling me about? I hope you don't think I'm going to give you any money. No, no, no. Come on, I'm not that stupid. His father laughed. No, instead I'm gonna give you something for once. Izuku raised an eyebrow in confusion. What on earth could his deadbeat dad want to give him? What is it? Huh, surprised you didn't hang up on me yet. His father said, before explaining. So funny story, after I left your mother and you, I started doing my thing. And I found this lady who had a quirk that gave her 3 separate bodies, so naturally, I got her bed and well, I'm sure you're smart enough to put the pieces together. May I remind you that Mom and you aren't officially divorced? Izuku said bitterly. And whose fault is that? I told your mother I didn't want her anymore, and she still refuses to cooperate with me. His father scoffed. But back to what I was saying, so I did my thing. But I got so excited, I forgot to wear any protection. Izuku's eyes widened. What? Surprise, you have half-sisters? His father laughed. 3 of them. Much to my dismay. Izuku was stunned into silence. He had sisters. 3 of them. Of course, he'd long since gotten used to his family expanding, but this was something different. So yeah, at first I was like, shit, gotta get the hell out of here. But the woman wasn't as easy to leave as your mother. Mostly because she was just that amazing in the sack. His father chuckled, before sighing. So yeah, I ended up sticking around, and we raised the girls for about 7 years. 7 years? Izuku gasped, his face contorting in pure shock. He had sisters for 7 years and didn't know. But you see, as it turns out, neither of us really wants to keep them. So, yeah, we need to get rid of them. His father said casually, as if he was getting rid of a broken TV. I was gonna give them over to an orphanage, but that's a whole process. But then I remembered, Wait a minute, I have a son who takes care of children for a living. Why not just give them to him? There were very few people that Izuku genuinely hated. But his father was definitely on that list. Right under Overhaul, and whoever was leading the MLA. So what do you say? They're not super dangerous or anything, but they are your sisters. His father asked. You say that as if family means anything to you, Izuku growled, before regaining his composure. But you already know my answer, don't you? I had a hunch, but I was worried maybe you'd become less of an overwhelming sap after everything you've been through. His father laughed. But it's nice to know you're still the same even after all this time. I guess refusing to change is the one thing you got from me. I've changed plenty, I didn't get a single thing from you. Izuku snapped. Just tell me when you want to bring them here? Give me about a week. His father estimated. Alright, oh, and bring divorce papers. I'll take care of mom and the cost. Just give me your signature, Izuku demanded. Fine, good luck with your mother. You're gonna need it. His father said, before ending the call. So you have sisters? Cole summarized Izuku's story. 3 of them. Izuku-san rubbing his temples. And I'm gonna have to see my father again to get them. It's weird to think that those girls will be aunts, huh? Cole mused. I don't even want to think about it. Izuku groaned. And not to mention those girls have been raised by that man, up till now. Ugh. Well, look on the bright side, they're only 7. You've got plenty of time to get whatever your father put in their heads out. Yeah, I guess. Izuku sighed. When are things going to be simpler? Simpler? Probably never, given how you are. Cole said honestly. Easier? Eventually. Whenever you start something it's going to be hard. Especially when it's a business. But if you do everything right, and get just enough luck, it'll be smooth sailing. For the most part. Granted, life doesn't decide to throw a curveball that destroys your entire life. Izuku let out an even deeper sigh. Putting that aside, I'm going to need to tell the kids. Particularly the ones who think of me as their father. And I'm going to have to tell mom. Cole cringed internally and was thankful that the most family drama she had to deal with was when her sister did something particularly stupid. That and the whole government tried to steal her daughter thing. Well, better get this over with. Izuku pulled out his phone. I'm going to go outside. Izuku could feel his heart pounding, and sweat going down his palm, as he held up his phone to his ear. This was going to hurt. A lot. Probably not the most painful or stressful experience he'd had in his life, or in the past year, but that didn't make it any easier. Hello? Izuku? Is everything alright? His mother asked as she picked up the phone. You didn't collapse again, did you? Are you eating okay? Are the kids alright? You're making sure to take breaks, right? I'm fine, Mom, it's just. Are you sitting down? Izuku asked. Izuku, what's going on? Inko asked cautiously, and he could hear her holding her breath. Izuku took a deep breath and decided to just trip off the band-aid. Dad had more kids. With another woman. And he's handing them off to me. And after that, silence. For minutes, on minutes, nothing but silence. Silence and thick tension. After what felt like an eternity, his mother spoke again. I'm sorry, Izuku, I think. I need some time to myself. That's okay. Just call me when you're ready. Izuku asked her. I love you. I love you too, baby. Bye. And with that, Inko hung up. Izuku let out the breath he'd been holding and slouched. At least he didn't have to hear her cry. Although he knew she'd be doing that soon enough. He looked down at his phone and sighed. I didn't even talk to her about the divorce papers. Nothing I can do about it now. I just need to hope she takes this well. Chapter 153, The Girls of Hell. In the city, a small green car is driving through the city, with 4 particular people inside it. The driver was one Izuku Midoriya, a large man with a green dragon head, but an otherwise normal body. He had on a pair of dirty, tattered jeans, and a dirty tank top. In the back, his 3 daughters, all of them had green hair, and a pair of green dog ears, and were wearing the same black shirt and skirt combo with red shoes. Despite them mainly looking the same, one could tell the difference between them by their expressions. The one all the way to the left was currently scowling and seemingly trying to stare Hisashi to death. This was Yaba. Next to her was a girl with a rather bored expression, looking down reading a book. She also had the only real physical differentiator, that being the snake coming out of her behind like a tail, which was currently wrapped around her waist. This was G. And the last one was looking down at her legs with a somber expression, sniffling slightly. This was Inu. The car ride had been silent for hours, as everyone knew what was happening there. The girls were being left by their parents. They'd been told that they were being given away some time ago, and each of them had reacted in their own unique way. But even after packing their stuff, they didn't have a lot. They still didn't know one thing. "Can you at least tell us where we're going, you forking bastard?" Yaba spat at her father. "It should be pretty obvious, sis. We're going to an orphanage." G scoffed, not looking up from her book. "Actually, not quite," Hisashi said, still looking at the road, while the 3 girls looked at him curiously. "I decided to throw you girls a bone, and send you to live with your brother." "Our what?" all 3 girls shouted in shock. "We have a brother." Inu asked, her eyes wide like dinner plates. "What the hell? Where the fork has he been?" Yaba shouted. "I am curious about why we've never heard of him before," G asked thoughtfully. "I never really had any reason to bring him up." Hisashi shrugged. "He's your half-brother I had with my first wife. Technically only wife, but that's whatever. And he's done rather well for himself. Unfortunately, he hates me, so I can't really ask him for a lot of favors. But he's also a bit of a sap, so I was able to convince him to take you 3 in. He's actually a lot like Inu. Just bigger and more of a nerd." "Well, if he's like Inu, then I guess we don't need to worry," G said nonchalantly. "I doubt anyone's as nice as our Inu, but if he's half as nice, I guess that's good," Yaba smirked. Meanwhile, Inu just blushed intensely and looked down. "Guys, stoop. But anyway, I think you'll like living with him. Like I said, he's done very well for himself," Hisashi told them. "Great, we might own more than 2 sets of clothes." Yaba spat. Soon after that conversation, the car went quiet once more, until Hisashi arrived at a gate in front of a forest. Yaba raised an eyebrow. "Hey old man, pretty sure we're not supposed to go here." "Funny, considering you don't know where you're going," Hisashi countered. "And, trust me, we're meant to be here." And then, the gates swung open, much to the girls' surprise, and they drove in. "I thought you said we were going to live with our brother?" G asked cautiously, as she looked around at the surrounding forest. "You are," Hisashi answered casually. "Then why the fork are we in a forest?" Yaba asked. "This is your brother's property." Hisashi sighed, as he was forced to explain himself. "Basically, he owns this forest and everything in it. So naturally, he lives in the center of it. He owns a whole forest." The 3 of them shouted out in shock. "Yeah, now quiet down," Hisashi told them, getting annoyed by all the questions. "We're almost there." "What the fork?" Yaba shouted, as the car had arrived at the gates just in front of the Midoriya building, and looked at the massive house in shock and awe. "That's the rich for ya. Never fail to be flashy as hell," Hisashi said, as the gates opened up and he drove in. All the girls were still too stunned to speak, as they arrived at their destination. The car finally came to a stop around the tree, and they could all see Izuku standing on the stairs to the house, with Sai by his side. "All right, get out," Hisashi instructed, "we're here." G nudged Inu, snapping her out of her shock. "Sis, open the door." "Sorry." Inu apologized for being slow, before opening the car door. The 3 girls shuffled out of the car and looked up at Izuku, who approached them with a smile, making sure not to look at his father. "You 3 must be my sisters." It's nice to finally meet you all. I'm Izuku. Hi. Inu gave a polite bow to her brother. My name is Inu. Please, take good care of us, big brother. Nice to meet you, brother. G gave a small bow to Izuku. I'm G. I'm Yaba. What's with the weird demon robe? Yaba asked as she walked up to Izuku and started tugging at his robe to get a better look. Oh, this is just special armor to keep myself safe in case anything happens, Izuku explained, before looking up at his father who was hurriedly pulling out the couple bags the girls had from the trunk of his car. Did you bring it? Yeah, I have the papers. Hisashi pulled an envelope from his pocket and threw it at Izuku, but Sai caught it before it got close. Good luck with your mother. Get off my property, Izuku ordered bluntly. Fine. Goodbye everyone, maybe never meet again, Hisashi said, as went into his car, before driving away. Inu gave her father's car a sad look as it drove off. G didn't seem to care, and Yaba gave her father the finger as he left. Well, they seem to have pretty distinctive personalities, Izuku thought before he went over to the girls. Well, now that he's gone, I guess I should take you to your room. Now, do you want to share a room or have separate rooms? Share, the girls said, simultaneously. I see. Guess you don't like to be separated. Izuku chuckled awkwardly. You're damn right. The Cerberus sisters stay together, Yaba said, before high-fiving her two sisters. Cerberus sisters? It was then that Izuku took special notice of their ears and G's tail. I see. So you three have a quirk that makes you like the famous three-headed dog. Our quirk is called Cerberus. It gives us super strength, speed, and fire breath, and we can't die, Yaba boasted. The closer we get to each other, the stronger our powers are, G explained. But if we get too far apart, our quirk will be useless, Inu admitted shyly. I see. That's a really cool quirk. And unique too. Izuku's eyes lit up. He always loved hearing about new and interesting quirks. The girls seemed to like hearing that. Yaba confidently smiled, G gave a sly smirk, and Inu gave a small smile. But how good are you at controlling your fire breath? Izuku asked them. Do you think you need one of our fireproof rooms? Yes please. Inu nodded. Why do you have fireproof rooms? Yaba asked curiously. By the way, what kind of place is this? G asked, looking past him at the house, before looking at Sai. And who's this? My name is Sakura. Sai introduced herself with a bow. I am the head guard of the Midoriya Foundation. The Midoriya Foundation? G gave her brother a curious look. Right, I'm guessing that man didn't tell you a lot about me, so you must be confused, Izuku said. I'll explain everything as we walk to your room. Sai, could you get their bags? The five of them walked through the halls, with Sai in the back carrying all their bags on one long sword. So the Midoriya Foundation is, for the most part, a child care facility. Specifically we care for OPC, Izuku started. What's an OPC? Inu asked, tilting her head in an adorable manner. It stands for Overly Powerful Children, Izuku explained. They're basically children whose quirks are too uncontrollable or dangerous for them to live normally among other people. So this is an orphanage for powerful kids. G summarized. Izuku shook his head. Not an orphanage. All the children here are officially adopted by me. All the girls' eyes widened once more. Wait. Yaba shouted. So that means Daddy. Suddenly, Shraku came running down the hall. Daddy. I ran out of O. Who are they? Once again, the girls were staring wide-eyed, looking at Shraku like she was an alien. Oh, these are my sisters, Izuku introduced. You have sisters? Now it was Shraku's turn to be shocked, looking back at the girls with the same expression they were looking at her with. Yeah, I just learned about them now. It's a long story, but just treat them like everyone else, okay? Izuku asked her. Shraku nodded but couldn't help but continue looking at the three girls, who continued looking at her. Truku, we can talk later, for now, I need to take care of these three, Izuku told her, as he grabbed one of his sister's hands and tugged them along. Don't worry, I won't take long, okay? Okay. Truku nodded, before running off to go tell as many people as possible about this. With that done, the five continued trudging along, but now the girls' wide-eyed gazes were locked onto Izuku. Your dad? All three of them asked at the same time. Izuku sighed. Yes. A lot of these kids see me as their father since I'm taking care of them, and I don't mind being their father. These kids have had it pretty rough for the most part, so if they want me to be their father, then that's just what I'll do. Wow. Inu looked up at her brother with wide adoring eyes. So how many kids do you have? Ji asked. 21, Izuku answered, as he readied himself for another surprised reaction. However, at this point, the girls were getting used to it and just looked at him shocked. You have 21 kids with super dangerous and hard to control quirks? Ji asked. That sounds like a poor choice of job, brother. It has its downsides. But it has plenty of upsides. Izuku said, gesturing to everything around him. But it's not really about that. The point is, someone needed to help these children, and I was the only one willing to step up. So I did, and I don't regret it one bit. Inu continued to look at her brother with admiration in her eyes. So cool. Wait, how did you get so rich taking care of a bunch of kids? Yaba asked. If parenting came with a paycheck, the old man wouldn't have let us go. Well, like I said, they're not normal children. They're OPC, Izuku explained. Because of how dangerous OPC are, the government steps in whenever they're involved. It's important to them that OPC are safe and live good lives, and as the person taking care of them, the government pays me quite a lot of money. Money which I used to help earn more money. And thus I got all this. Wow. So you are like, rich? Yaba asked. Izuku chuckled at her wonder and innocence. Yes, I am. Ah, here we are. They had finally arrived at the girls' new room. Seeing as it was a shared room, it was one of the bigger rooms in the house. Izuku opened the door, the girls rushed into the room, and once again their eyes were filled with wonder. Sweet, our own TV, Yaba shouted as she ran towards the TV at the center of the room. Finally some proper beds. Ji exclaimed as she looked at the 3 beds in the room. We have a window. Inu gasped, as she ran over to it and smiled. It looks so pretty outside. Izuku and Sai stepped in, and Sai set their bags down on the ground. Thank you, Sai. Now can you please give us some space? Of course, sir. Sai bowed, before taking her leave, closing the door behind her. Izuku then turned back to his sisters, who were still admiring their new room. Girls, can I speak to you for a second? The 3 turned towards him, and gave each other worried looks, as Izuku's tone didn't indicate anything good. Okay. So. I did agree to take you 3 in. But that was mostly to make sure that man didn't leave you anywhere shady. Izuku explained seriously, kneeling down to talk to them, face to face. But, this place is not as safe as I'd like. Like I said, the kids here, while they are great kids, are dangerous, and they regularly destroy parts of the house and a lot of the forest, and they can hurt you or even kill you if you're not careful, even if you have a strong quirk. I'm also being targeted by a very powerful evil organization, who's attacked this place before, and even sent assassins. I'm doing everything I can to increase the security of this place. But even then, there's still a risk we'll be attacked. You 3 aren't OPC, so you don't have to be here. You don't have to be at risk. But at the same time, you are my family, and I don't want to push you away. So I leave the choice up to you. Do you want to stay here, or go somewhere safer? I promise no matter what you choose, I'll do my absolute best to make sure you have a good life. The 3 of them just looked at him for a second, before looking at each other, and nodding. They looked back at Izuku, and Yaba crossed her arms and smirked. Like hell, we're leaving. This place seems awesome, bro. Thank you for your concern, brother, but the Cerberus sisters don't back down from a challenge. G smirked as well. I really don't want to leave you, big brother. I want to stay a help. And you gave Izuku a determined look. Long as you keep us fed, and put a roof on our heads, we'll make sure anyone coming at you is good as dead. Yaba proclaimed as she punched her palm for effect. Nice rhyming, sis, but try not to actually kill anyone. We'll be a lot less powerful if you're stuck in jail. G said, with a deadpan expression. Izuku smiled down at them, feeling his heart warming just a bit. Thank you. I'll do my best to make sure you're happy. With that, Izuku stood up and made his way toward the door. Well, I've got some work to get done. Sorry, I couldn't spend more time with you, but I have to do what I have to do. But feel free to call me if you need anything. Oh, and you can decorate your room in any way you want. You're free to do whatever you like, so long as you don't hurt yourself or each other. And try to keep the cursing to a minimum. I understand if it's a habit, but please make an attempt. Make no promises, bro, Yaba replied. We understand, brother. Thank you. G replied, and you rushed forward and hugged her brother. Thank you, big brother. Izuku took a breath, and took a second to appreciate the wholesome cuteness of this scene, before kneeling down and hugging them back. You don't need to thank me. Just doing my job. And with that, Izuku took his leave. The girls looked at each other and immediately converged. Seems like was have a pretty reliable big brother, G said. He's really cool. Inu said, her eyes sparkling. Yeah, I can't believe we had a rich brother this whole time and that shitty old man never told us. Yaba scowled. I can't believe we're ants. G brought up, with a curious expression. Just kinda weird, huh? Knock knock knock. Greetings. Kiba shouted from the other side of the door. Please allow us entry into your domain. Translation, can we come in? Fu asked alongside her. The girls looked at each other and nodded before G responded. Yeah, sure. Slam. Welcome. Kiba said after slamming their door open. You must be our aunts. I do hope you don't mind if we don't call you Andy. Please don't. All three girls said simultaneously. Good. We've come to show you around, and introduce you to your new home. Kiba said. You've come to do that. I've come to make sure you don't do anything stupid. Fu added. Well, thanks, Yaba said, before crossing her arms. So, what's there to do in this place? Kiba smirked. A lot. Author's notes. So yeah, here are Izuku's sisters. They are based on Cerberus, but not any one version of them. Rather, it's based on various versions of them. Also, did you know Cerberus has a snake for a tail? I've never seen anyone adapt that, but apparently, Cerberus is supposed to have a snake for a tail. Why is G the only one with a tail? Because she's the middle head. Now to fully explain their quirk. Quirk Cerberus gives its users super strength, speed, and endurance, as well as fire breath and regeneration. However, the power of their quirk is based on their proximity to each other. The farther they are from each other, the weaker they are, and vice versa. Now, some of you will be disappointed that nothing bad happened to Hisashi. And let me just say, it's not worth it. It's not worth it for Izuku or anyone at the house, and it's not worth it for me to try and find a way to let Izuku and CEO get away with something like that. This fic has been more about rewarding the good, than punishing the bad. Obviously, I'm not against bad people getting what they deserve. I have a rule that says Overhaul must die in every fic I write him in. But there are two big differences there. 1. It's way easier to think of a reason for Overhaul to get killed than it is for Hisashi to face consequences for his actions. And 2. Hisashi is just an asshole, whereas Overhaul is a murdering piece of trash, who overthrew his own adopted father, took his granddaughter, and tortured her in the worst way possible, for years. So yeah, one is way worse. Chapter 154, Trifecta, do we really have to do this? Inu asked. Currently, the Cerberus sisters were in the training room, facing off against Kiba, who was staring them down confidently. Of course we do. I wanna see just how strong those OPC are. Yaba smirked, as she cracked her knuckles. I'm also curious. Brother said they were dangerous. I wanna see how careful we should be. Ji said, her neutral expression not wavering. You don't think we'll lose, do ya, sis? Yaba asked, raising an eyebrow. It's not that. I just don't think Big Brother would want us to hurt his kids. Inu admitted. Oh? More confident than I expected. Kiba punched her palm, creating a very light shockwave effect. Alright, I want a good clean fight. Try not to kill each other. Fu said. If anyone gets too injured, the match is over. Got it? We accept, Ji said. Your terms are accepted, Kiba said, throwing her cloak to the side. Great, you can start clobbering each other now. Fu signaled. Go. As soon as Fu gave the word, Kiba rocketed toward the girls and headed right to Yaba. Yaba's eyes widened as she saw Kiba rush towards her at incredible speeds. Holy she slam. Kiba shoulder tackled Yaba, hitting her right in the chest, sending her flying at the wall, so hard it caused blood to fly out of her mouth. Sis! Inu cried out in shock and concern, but this was a mistake, as when she looked towards her sister, Kiba came running. Pow! Slam! Kiba punched Inu's sides, sending her flying at another wall. Ag! Inu cried out in pain, as she hit the wall, and slid down, spitting up blood all the while. Ji didn't have the same issue reacting, and she let out a stream of fire from her mouth, aimed right at Kiba. Kiba dashed to the right, avoiding the attack as it hit the floor where she had stood. She then ran around the jet of flames, and landed a mean right hook, right on Ji's cheek. Crack. AGH. Ji cried as her neck cracked, multiple bones in her face breaking on contact with Kiba's attack, as she was sent flying into the wall, right next to Yaba. Fork. Yaba cried, as she pulled herself up, and wiped the blood away from her mouth. She hits hard. You think? Ji grunted, as she snapped her neck back into place, and let her regeneration fix her up. Brother wasn't kidding when he said they were dangerous. I think I would have died if it wasn't for our regeneration. Now that you've tasted my power, do you yield? Kiba asked, giving them a smug look. Inu gave her a fearful look. Maybe not a chance. Yaba interrupted her sister, before putting her hand on Ji's shoulder, taking a deep breath, and then unleashing a massive wave of fire from her mouth. Kiba jumped out of the way of the much larger flame attack, only to be caught in another attack, as Ji unleashed her own flames from her mouth. Kiba grunted, as she was engulfed in fire. It wasn't as strong as Netsu's flames, but it still hurt like heck, and it rendered her naked as her clothes were burned away. Kiba rushed through the flames at top speed, and grabbed Yaba and Ji's heads, before smashing them together, breaking their focus and stopping their attack. Ow! The two didn't even get a chance to recover, before Kiba grabbed their hair, and smashed their heads against the wall. Slam! 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 Kiba continued slamming the two's heads against the increasingly bloodied wall until suddenly she felt two arms wrap around her stomach. Thud. Inu had come up from behind, and suplexed Kiba, slamming her head into the hard metal floor. Ow! Kiba winced, before Inu kicked her in the face, sending her rolling across the room. Ow! 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 Slam! Ow! Kiba groaned, as she smacked face first into the opposite wall. Are you two okay? Inu asked her sisters, as she pulled their flattened faces off the bloody wall. This was a mistake. Ji answered, as she and Yaba quickly started regenerating. Is that you throwing in the towel? Fu asked from the sidelines. Not a chance. Yaba growled before she turned around and unleashed another fire breath attack at Kiba, who was back on her feet. Kiba rolled out of the way, barely dodging the attack in time, before rushing towards the three girls. She was about to strike Yaba in the side of her face, but Ji came between them just in time and caught the punch in both hands. Slam. Gah. Ji grunted, as she planted her feet down on the ground as much as she could, but Kiba's strength was overwhelming her, and pushing her back, even though she was only using one arm. Kiba raised her other arm ready to strike Ji, but Yaba leapt forward and grabbed that arm, pulling it in the opposite direction. Gah. Arag. Yaba struggled to hold Kiba's fist back. I can't do this for long. Just as Kiba was about to wrench her arm free, Ji unwrapped her tail from her waist and used its snake head to bite Kiba's leg. Ow. Kiba grunted, before glaring at Ji. If that's how you want to play it. Kiba then grabbed hold of both girls, and raised them into the air, before spinning around as fast as she could. Yug. Ji groaned as she tried not to get sick from spinning so fast. Gonna. Hurl. Yaba shut her mouth as she tried to fight down the urge to vomit. Be gone. Kiba shouted as she let go, launching both girls to opposite sides of the room. Bonk. The two girls slammed into the metal walls once more, before falling to the ground, dizzy and sick to their stomachs. Hey. Whoa. Kiba grabbed her head. She wasn't immune to motion sickness either, and after coming to a sudden stop, now it was her turn to hold down her lunge. Whoosh. And then immediately, she was bathed in flame, from Inu's fire breath. Ow. 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 Oh you. Kiba hissed, as the flames assaulted her once more. Kiba rushed towards Inu, and tackled her, squishing her against a wall so hard, it caused blood to fly out of her mouth. Inu cried out in pain, as she crumbled to the floor. Ha. Ha. Ag. Kiba grunted as she wiped off sweat that was dripping from every pore in her body, before falling to one knee. Meanwhile, Fu looked over the room, at all four of the girls. Ji and Yaba were both struggling to get up and not throw up thanks to the extreme dizziness. Inu was still on the floor, while her wounds had healed. The pain was still there. And Kiba was covered in small burn marks, sweating like there was no tomorrow, and definitely overheated. Alright, that's it, Fu called. That battle's over. When? No, I can still. Oh. Bwag. Yaba couldn't finish her objection, as suddenly she started vomiting all over the floor. Yeah, we're done. Ji groaned. I don't want to fight anymore. Inu cried. Normally I wouldn't give up so fast. Kiba panted. But I'll make an exception for you. Fu sent out some of Kyozai's tendrils, and grabbed the Cerberus sisters, but not Kiba, as her body was simply too hot. Alright Kiba, let's head to the new nurse. Whoosh. Yaba, Ji, and Inu all stared with wide eyes, as Vera hit Kiba with a flamethrower, in the middle of the med bay. This continued for a couple of minutes until eventually, Vera let her finger off the trigger, and Kiba was revealed from under the flames, now completely free of burns, and 100% refreshed. So cool. Kiba felt like she'd been smothered in snow, in the best possible way. What the fork? Yaba just said, too stupefied to say anything else. Little girl should not be cursing. Vera lightly scolded, as she set her flamethrower in her trunk, before taking out a jackhammer. Now let's heal her head and back. Yeah, her quirk basically makes it so she can make her actions do the reverse of what they're supposed to, Fu explained. So she can heal you with weapons and stuff. Interesting, Ji said, taking a close look as Vera started hammering away at Kiba's body. Oh. All three sisters groaned, as their stomachs rumbled something fierce. Need food. Now. Yaba groaned as she clutched her stomach. We had to regenerate so much, we used up so much energy. Ji explained while she also clutched her stomach. Guess I'll take you guys to eat while Kiba's doing this. Fu mused, before looking at the clock. Dad should be making food already, so let's just head down. Follow me. Izuku looked down at his three sisters eating their hambagu steak and fries, noting how all three of them ate completely differently. Yaba ate similarly to how Yami ate when he first arrived, in the way one would expect a caveman to eat. Violently tearing apart her food with her teeth and hands, not bothering to use her utensils at all. Ji was a bit more civilized in that she actually used her utensils, but didn't seem to care about any form of etiquette. She would cut her food into huge chunks that would just barely fit in her mouth, before shoving it in there and chewing. Lastly, Inu ate like someone would expect a person to eat, cutting her food into small chunks before eating it. But despite being so different, they did share some similarities. Two in particular. 1. They all had a look of pure bliss on their face, and 2. They were all eating as fast as possible. Shuga-ood, Yaba said through the food in her mouth, as a single tear went down her cheek. Ji moaned. Big brother, this is amazing. Inu shouted, before immediately getting back to eating. Izuku smiled. It was always nice to hear someone enjoy his cooking. I'm glad you like it. It's not much, but it's probably miles better than whatever cheap stuff that man fed you. Yeah, damn right, Yaba said with a full mouth. Please don't speak with your mouth full. Izuku sighed, before pulling out a napkin and whipping Yaba and Ji's mouths. And try not to get too much food on the floor. We don't have a janitor yet. Inu stopped, before giving Izuku a confused look. Then who's cleaning the training room? Izuku winced. Normally, whoever makes the mess cleans it up. But there's been a change in plan due to special circumstances. Ugh. Why am I stuck cleaning this mess? Sorry, thought, as she pulled bits of flesh off the training room wall, and put them into a bag. Because I have to do this, as part of my community service, and father isn't cruel enough to make me do this alone. Yonda told her, as she furiously scrubbed the blood off another wall. And since you're an adult, who most of the time isn't doing anything, it's only natural that father would ask you to do this. That's not fair. Sori pouted. Just because you got punished, I get punished. You're an employee, this isn't a punishment, this is your job. Yonda deadpanned. Now less complaining and more working. I have to clean Esper's litter box after this, and that's somehow worse than this. Oh yeah, litter box. I used one of those once. Sori reminisced. Did not end well. Yonda paused for a second, as the image of that forced its way into her mind, making her shiver in disgust. She then looked over to the Blee with a looking of longingly. If only I could use this to clean my brain. Meanwhile, back in the cafeteria, the three girls were eating alongside their brother, and looking around at all the kids who were eating there as well. Man bro, you really do have a crap ton of kids, Yada said, as she popped a fry into her mouth. Yeah, and I'm just going to keep getting more and more, Izuku said proudly. It's a hard job, but it's worth it for all this. Izuku looked over all the children gathered. Eating, talking, laughing, enjoying life. This was why he loved his job. Very impressive brother, Ji said, as she continued eating. By the way, what is your quirk? Izuku went stiff. Yeah, you never told us, bro? Yada inquired casually. Is it something like your mom's or like that bastard? Izuku sighed and took a deep breath. It's neither. I'm quirkless. Yada's and Inu's eyes went wide, while Ji looked mildly surprised. That's. Yada didn't really know what to say here. She'd never met a quirkless person before, and it was just so weird to think of someone not having a quirk. Izuku's expression sunk. I understand if you're disappointed. We're not disappointed. Inu shouted quickly, seeing her brother's mood drop. She wanted to ease his mind as much as she could. We were just surprised. Yeah, you're still cool bro. Quirks aren't everything. Yada reassured him. You're rich, you're nice, you can cook, who cares if you don't have a quirk? I honestly don't really care. Ji shrugged. Izuku gave them a relieved smile. I'm glad you think so. Some people don't really like the quirkless all that much. Well, bro, we told ya, if anyone has an issue with you, they can take it up with us, Yaba told him confidently. It doesn't matter if you have a quirk when you have 3 badass sisters. Izuku laughed. I guess so. Thanks, I feel much better. Chapter 155, In It to Win It Part 1. It was bright and early at the Midoriya Foundation, and they had a special guest hanging around in Izuku's office. Man, I can't believe your dad is such a scumbag, Okako said, as she drank her tea and sat back on Izuku's couch. Izuku had finished explaining everything that had happened recently at the Foundation. After hearing about the debacle with Izuku's father and his sister, she was even more grateful that she had such a loving and caring family. I'm really sorry you had to deal with that. Just another terrible thing that happened to you that you didn't deserve. Izuku sighed. I'm just happy I don't have to deal with him anymore, and that I got the girls out of the house. Well, you're an infinitely better father than he is, so you don't have anything to worry about there. Okako smiled at him. Thanks, although I doubt that's hard. Izuku chuckled, before taking a sip of his tea. Now, what did you come all the way here for? Oh well. I was kinda hoping you'd let me spar with the kids. Okako asked sheepishly. Somewhat embarrassed to be asking something of her friend again. The sports festival will be coming up soon, and I want to get used to fighting against all different kinds of quirks. So I really couldn't think of any better place than this. Izuku smiled. That's actually a good idea. And I'm sure the kids would love to spar with you again. Just try not to go overboard and challenge them all at once again. Okako laughed nervously. Yeah, not making that mistake again. I think I'll just take them one by one. That's how the finals of the sports festival are anyway. Right. And actually I have an idea to help make the training even more accurate, Izuku said, as his eyes lit up with excitement. All right. That's it, boss. Sori said as she finished drawing a thick line in the dirt. Izuku, Fu, Kiba, Sansen, Kei, Ken, Nara, Yaba, Ji, Inu, Vera, and Sori had all gathered outside, at a large clearing in the forest. Sori had just dug a large square inches the dirt, making an area inside the square, about as big as the arena used in the sports festival, which of course Izuku knew the exact proportions of, with Okako standing on the left side. Alright, listen up everyone. Izuku said, addressing the kids. I know all of you are excited to spar with Okako, but we going to do it in an orderly fashion. Understood? Yes. All the kids responded. Good. Izuku smiled proudly. Now, the rules are simple. Once you get in there, the battle will start when I signal it. If you're unable to move or throw out of bounds, then you lose. Got it? Got it. The kids responded. Alright, we'll go by the order in which you guys came to the Foundation, Izuku said, getting disappointed looks from his sisters and Ken, but very eager looks from Fu and Kiba. Kiba, you can go first. Yes. Kiba did a small fist bump. Thank you, caretaker. This battle will be swift. I bet it will be. Okako gave Kiba a determined glare, as the younger girl entered the arena. She had a plan, on that while simple on paper, was harder in execution. Kiba walked to the other side of the arena and got into a battle stance. I'm ready to win, caretaker. Okako activated full cowling at 28% and got ready to fight. Me too. Who do you think's gonna win? Ken asked the kids around him. It could go either way, G answered, not looking away from the arena for even a second. On one hand, I don't know much about this Uraraka girl, but having a zero-gravity quirk is very good for throwing people around. But on the other hand, Kiba's strength and speed are overwhelming. If she's not careful, Kiba may simply knock her out of the arena with one strong blow. My money's on Kiba. Yabo bet. If she can fight me and my sisters on equal grounds, no way she can lose easily. Yeah, but this is a very different kind of fight, one touch and Kiba's powerless, Nara noted. And she can even make herself heavier so it's harder for her to get knocked back, Fu added. I think she's got this. I just hope no one gets too hurt, Inu said. It'll be fine, Vera's here, Kai said, smiling down at Inu. We'll be okay. Alright. Let the battle begin, Izuku signaled. Boom. Immediately Kiba rushed towards Okuko at max speed. One punch. I'll put everything I have into one attack, and knock her out in an instant. Kiba was heading towards Okuko at a simply stupefying speed. Even someone as quick as Okuko would barely be able to react to such swiftness, and at best she'd be able to dodge. But fortunately for her, she didn't need to react to Kiba. Not when she'd fought the girl multiple times now, and she was still so predictable. At the same time Kiba started running at her, Okuko rushed forward, and touched her arm, taking away her own gravity. Then in less than a second, the battle was over. Kiba leapt at Okuko, with her fist in front of her, in an attempt to hit her in the stomach and knock her out of the arena. But Okuko leapt over her, barely making it in time, allowing Kiba to sail underneath her. But not before Okuko touched Kiba's back, taking away her gravity, and pushing her even faster. Now weightless and moving at top speed, Kiba had been shot out of the arena, before she even knew what was happening. Release. Okuko touched her fingertips together and deactivated her zero gravity. Both girls fell to the floor, and slid face first across the dirt, although Kiba slid far faster and further, until eventually coming to a stop. And Okuko is the winner, Izuku shouted, before immediately running over to Kiba. Kiba, are you okay? Physically, yes, Kiba answered, not pulling her face out of the dirt due to her embarrassment. It's alright Kiba, it was actually a lot closer than you think, Izuku reassured her while patting her back. If Okuko had been just a little bit slower, then she would have been knocked clean out of the arena. Yeah, I was almost sure I wasn't gonna make it, Okuko said, as she dusted herself off. HMPH. Kiba pouted, still face down in the dirt. Alright. Izuku picked Kiba up, and held her close to his chest, comforting her as he walked back to the arena. Let's get on to the next match. Fu nodded, and got into the arena, while Okuko walked back to her side. After half a minute, they were ready to start. Okuko looked over at Fu nervously. Out of all her opponents Fu was likely going to be her most difficult one to face, as his powers were the best suited for this kind of fight. But she had a plan. Begin. Izuku signaled. Shoom. Immediately Okuko powered up to 30% full cowling and rushed at Fu as fast as she could. Fu didn't have enough time to react to Okuko's improved speed, so he just braced for impact, and used Kyozai's tendrils to make black roots come out of his feet, so Okuko couldn't push him out. But that wasn't Okuko's plan. Instead, Okuko leapt onto Fu, and pinned him to the ground, before touching herself, and increasing her weight. Then lastly she touched the ground, increasing its weight as well. Oh, that was her plan. Fu thought as he realized he was now stuck underneath Okuko. He tried to move, but it was no use. He tried to use Kyozai's tendrils to move Okuko off him or move himself around. No use. She was simply too heavy. Then he tried to use Kyozai to dig into the ground and escape from there, but Okuko had already thought of that. By increasing the weight of the dirt, it became much more compact, making it far tougher to dig through. Guess I have no choice, Fu thought. Using Kyozai, Fu detached his finger and rolled it under Okuko. His plan was to distract Okuko with his now dead body and regrow himself from his finger, where he would then be free. But Okuko had an eye for detail, and she was well aware of Fu's mobile shell technique, so the moment she heard the sound of flesh being cut, she looked down to the source and saw Fu's finger rolling away. Realizing what was about to happen, she immediately got off Fu, and grabbed the finger, as it started to regenerate, before throwing it out of the arena. The finger landed outside the ring, as it continued to regenerate. Fu is out of the ring. Okuko is the winner, Izuku called. Damn, she is not forking around, Yada swore. These matches don't even last 2 minutes. Ken whistled. Meanwhile, While Fu's body continued to regenerate, Kyozai crawled out of Fu's former body, and over to his brand new one. "Vera, could you deal with Fu?" Izuku instructed. "Yes sir." Vera ran towards Fu's old body, grabbed it, and then went over and grabbed Fu's work-in-progress body, and took them off to the side. "Alright, now Sanson, it's your turn," Izuku called. "Yeah." Sanson cheered, as she rushed over to the arena, pumped to get to fight someone again. The two got into position and got ready to throw down. "Okay. Begin," Izuku signaled. Sanson rushed over to Okako, and Okako in response crouched onto the ground, and touched it, making the ground around her weightless, before touching herself and making herself weightless. When Sanson got close to Okako, she made her body into a giant hammer, raised it up, and then dropped it down. Okako leapt over Sanson, getting high into the air, before making herself heavier, and increasing the power to 30%. Starfall impact, crash. Your air rock is slammed into the ground fast, and hard, so hard it created a powerful gust of wind and caused the ground to break and fracture. Sanson was pushed back by the wind and shockwave, unable to do anything as the broken piece of land she was standing on was jostled loose and floated into the air. Before Sanson could get her bearings, Okako rushed forward and pushed the piece of ground Sanson was floating on, and pushed it away, quickly causing it to leave the arena, taking Sanson with it. "Sanson is out of bounds, Okako is the winner," Izuku called. "Release." Okako touched her fingertips together and deactivated her quirk. The piece of land Sanson was standing on fell to the ground, and Okako's gravity returned to normal. Even Sanson didn't last long, Kiba muttered, looking at Okako with amazement. She was starting to not feel as bad about being taken out so quickly because everyone else was following suit. "Alright, Kai, your turn," Izuku called for the largest of the kids to take to the arena. "Okay." Kai walked over to the ring, making sure not to step on anyone on the way. "This girl's tough, but the hell is she gonna push this guy out of the ring?" Yaba asked. "I don't think she has to." Fu had now come back, having his clothes put on his new body, and his old body having been taken away. Now Kai and Okako were in position, and ready to smack down. "Alright. Let the battle begin," Izuku signaled. Kai raised up his leg and got ready to stomp the ground as hard as he could. Okako saw this, and in response, touched her arm, making herself heavier. Stomp. Kai smashed his foot into the ground, causing the already fractured ground to fracture even more. A massive wind and shockwave blew throughout the area, causing everyone to fall onto their butts. Everyone except Okako, who was too heavy to move, just stayed in place. Once the shockwave and wind subsided, Kai looked down through the dirt and dust and saw that Okako hadn't moved an inch. Release. Okako returned her gravity to normal, and just in time, as Kai went on the offensive once more, rushing his middle head towards her with his jaw open, intent on grabbing her with his mouth. Okako took a deep breath and rushed forward. She knew what she had to do. As Kai's head came barreling towards her, Okako vaulted over it. She turned off full cowling and focused 100% on One for All in her finger pads. 30% of One for All's power still wouldn't be enough to make her quirk work completely on someone as big and heavy as Kai. But she couldn't use 100% full cowling. Her solution: focus One for All in one part of her body like she'd been doing before, specifically her finger pads. This would allow her to get the full boost of power to her quirk, without destroying her body. Okako touched Kai's head and slam. Kai immediately felt the effects. His massive body was suddenly subjected to a harsh increase in gravity, causing him to fall to the ground hard. Everyone shouted, as the wind and shockwave created by this impact was even greater than Kai's stomp. Everyone was blown back, trees swayed and were almost uprooted. Dirt and dust flew around, forming massive clouds. After a minute, the impact lessened, and things started to settle down. Izuku coughed and tried to wave the dust cloud out of his face. Maybe this was a bad idea. Eventually, the dust and dirt died down, and everything became visible. All the kids, as well as Vera and Sori, were getting off the floor, covered in dirt and dust. Okako had been sent flying out of the arena and into a tree, and lastly, the arena had been turned into a giant hole, with Kai at the bottom, pinned by gravity. BW release. Bwag. Okako barely managed to turn off her quirk in time, before vomiting half her stomach acids onto the tree. After all, while enhancing her quirk with One for All didn't destroy her body, it did enhance her quirk's drawbacks. Meaning that using it while it was fully enhanced, felt like the world was spinning while All Might punched her in the head and stomach at the same time. For a while, there was silence, as no one knew exactly what to say after that. But, Izuku spent the time, putting together his thoughts, and regaining his composure, before he spoke up. Alright. Since Kai is still technically in the arena, we'll call him the winner. For now let's put this on pause, take a break, recuperate, eat, and then find a new area to fight in. Okay. Okay. Everyone groaned in agreement. Author's notes, so yeah, Okako is pretty strong. Before anyone says she beat the 3 kids too easily, her quirk is pretty much made for these kinds of fights. The only person who it wouldn't help that much against was Kai because of his massive size and weight. Chapter 156, In It to Win It Part 2. After a couple of hours, everyone had gotten into a new clearing, and Sori drew a new arena. Alright, with this we can start the next few fights now, Izuku said, as everyone settled down and got ready to watch some fights. Except for Okako, who was standing in the arena, ready to fight. Ken, it's your turn. Hope you don't mind Nara. It's fine. Let's see how long he lasts. Nara snickered, crossing her arms and giving her brother a smug look. Ken stuck his tongue out at his sister, before making his way over to the arena. He tried to look as confident as possible, but in all honesty, he was pretty nervous. Okako had beaten Kiba, Fu, and Sanson in record time, and the only reason she hadn't beaten Kei was because of a slight error she made, leading her to getting blown away. But he was not Kai, nor could he turn into anything remotely as big and heavy as Kai. Not to mention most of his forms would be utterly useless in a battle like this. He only had one form that he could rely on here. Ken made it to his side of the arena, and quickly selected his form. In a flash of green light, Ken had turned Blitzwolfer. Alright, are both of you ready? Izuku asked, getting a nod from both of them. Okay. Begin. Immediately, both of them went into action. Okako rushed forward while touching her arm, making herself heavier, while Ken opened up his maw, and unleashed a massive howl. A woo-oo-oo-oo. A massive sound wave launched across the arena, covering it completely and engulfing Okako in its reach. Okako grunted in pain, as Ken's sound waves overtook her. Thanks to her increased weight, she wasn't pushed back, but she was struggling to move forward, both because of her increased gravity, and because Ken's sound wave was pushed against her. She felt like her ears were about to explode into a fountain of blood, and a painful ringing sound resonated inside her head. At this rate, she'd go deaf. Okako gritted her teeth, and raised her leg as high as she could, before slamming it down with all her might. Slam. The ground shook like a small earthquake had hit it, and dust and dirt went flying everywhere, covering the arena completely. The dust and dirt flew into Ken's eyes and mouth, forcing him to stop his attack, and try to spit out the stuff. Release. Okako returned her way to normal, and charged forward, boosting up to 30%. Smash. Okako jut her palm forward, into Ken's torso, taking away his gravity and knocking him away in one fell swoop. Ken flew out of the arena before he could even register what happened, and was slammed through a tree, before being stopped by the tree behind that one. Release. Okako returned Ken's weight to normal, letting him fall to the forest floor. Ken, are you okay? Izuku asked as Vera ran over to check up on him. Oh, you. Ken groaned. He'll be fine. He's taken worse. Nara told them nonchalantly. He will be fine in a moment, Vera said, as she wielded her sledgehammer. Alright, well then Okako wins. Izuku called. You okay to keep going? I'm good. Let's get on to the next round, Okako said eagerly. Okay. Nara, your turn, Izuku called. Alright. Fun's over. Nara took a deep breath. She had fun mocking her brother for the ass beating he got, but now it was her turn. She walked over to her side of the arena, and the two of them got in position to fight. In a flash of pink, Nara transformed into Diamond Head. Okay. Begin, Izuku signaled. The moment the fight started, Nara unleashed a siege of crystal, popping out of the ground towards Okako, before immediately making a crystal platform under herself, lifting her a couple dozen feet into the air. Okako jumped to the side to avoid the barrage of crystals coming up from the ground, before immediately running towards Nara, who shot down small crystals from her arm. Uraraka dodged and weaved around the rain of crystals. However, there was an issue. If she jumped up to Nara, she would be an open target, meaning that getting up to her would be difficult. Fortunately, she didn't need to get up to her. Okako ran up to the bottom of the pillar and touched it. Shing. Suddenly, the pillar started sinking into the ground, as its increased gravity force caused it to bore into the ground. Seeing her footing disappear, Nara knew she needed to get out of there fast. She made part of her crystal rocket up under her, sending her flying into the air, where she did a mid-air flip, and shot down more crystals at Okako to keep her away. Okako dodged the crystals, running over to the left, while slowly trying to make her way toward Nara's location. Nara hit the ground and rolled onto her feet, before unleashing another wave of crystals toward her out of the ground. Okako jumped forward, and leapt on top of one of the crystals, before leaping from crystal to crystal. Nara didn't have time to move, and as Okako leapt at her with her fist raised, all she could do was raise her arm, and form it into a shield. Crack! Okako's fist smashed into Nara's arm shield, causing it to crack like a nut, and Nara slid back a few feet. Uraraka flipped back, landing a few feet away from Nara, before charging back at her and touching her stomach, removing her gravity. Nara realized what was happening, and quickly reacted. She made spikes pop out from all over her body, stabbing Okako's hand and causing her to jump back, while at the same time she made spikes come out of her feet to try and anchor herself in the ground. The crystal girl then shot more crystals at Okako, but she ducked under the fire of crystals, ran at Nara, then uppercut her into the sky. The girl's feet spikes doing nothing against Okako's strength. Before Nara could try to do anything against her, Okako leapt into the air, and grabbed Nara by the leg, before spinning her around, and then throwing her back towards the ground, out of the arena. Slam! Nara hit the ground outside of the arena, and slid through the dirt for a couple of feet, before coming to a stop. Nara grunted in pain and defeat. Nara is out of bounds. Okako is the winner, Izuku announced. I think she did the best out of anyone so far. Aside from Kai. Fu noted. Alright, the next battle will be a 3-on-1. Girls, Izuku motioned toward his sisters. The girls all took their position. Yaba still looked mostly confident, but the other two, not as much. Inu in particular looked almost scared of Okako but tried her best not to show it, to little success. Is everyone ready? Izuku asked, getting nods from all the girls. Okay. Begin. Whoosh. The sisters joined hands, and unleashed a massive torrent of fire toward Okako, covering the entire width of the arena. As the flames traveled towards her, Okako powered up to 30%, increased her gravity, and raised her leg. Meteor hammer. Okako shouted as she slammed her leg into the ground, kicking up a massive wave of dirt, wind, and force, as well as covering the surrounding area in a dirt cloud. The wave hit the sisters' stream of fire, and pushed against it, even pushing it back for a second, but the sisters managed to breathe out enough fire to overpower the wave, and push all the way to the other side of the arena. Once the arena was completely covered in fire, the girls continued for a few seconds, before halting their attack. Thinking they'd gotten Okako with their attack. Had enough. Yaba shouted cockily into the cloud of dirt. I hope we didn't burn her too much. Inu worried. G squinted into the cloud. Something's wrong. If she got hit, then shouldn't she have screamed? Or made some kind of noise? And then suddenly, the ground started to shake underneath G. Okako burst out of the ground, grabbing G as they both rose into the air. Uraraka threw G down, out of the arena, eliminating her. Sheet. Yada swore, before she and her sister launched another stream of flames at Okako while she was in the air, but before it could hit her, Okako increased her weight, causing her to fall much faster, and making the two's attacks miss. Slam. Okako hit the ground so hard, it caused a small earthquake, which knocked the sisters off balance. Release. Okako returned her gravity to normal, and then rushed at Yada, quickly removing her gravity and chucking her away, out of the arena. As Inu watched her sister get eliminated, she knew the situation was dire. And so there was only one course of action. I surrender. Inu shouted, raising up her arms to signify defeat. With that, Okako is the winner. Izuku called. Phew. Okako immediately fell and laid on her back. Relieved that the fights were finally over. That was amazing, Miss Okako. Kai praised her. You almost beat everyone, super quickly. You've definitely improved quite a bit, Kiba added, having gotten over her loss by now after seeing how everyone else fared. Yeah, it's rather incredible how fast you've improved, Fu noted. You could probably even beat that Yakuza guy by yourself now. Yeah, I bet. Okako chuckled, taking in all the praise, before going into deep thought. Could I beat that guy? Maybe. If I could get to one of his blind spots in time. It would have to depend on the terrain. Still, I've definitely gotten stronger. But I still lost to Kai because of carelessness. Maybe I could have before Okako's train of thought could continue. Someone came in and caused it to crash. Well, kid, looks like you're one tough cookie, Sori smirked, crossing her arms and giving her a dangerous look. After our nurse heals you up, how about you and I go around? Huh? Okako squawked. Sori wasn't like the kids. She wasn't a bundle of unrefined pure power. Sori was a very thoroughly trained, powerful grown woman, whose power and skill matched high-level pro heroes. Okako had little to no chance of actually beating her. But shouldn't she still try? So, what do you say? Sori asked. No pain, no gain. You're on, Okako said, getting fired up. After taking some time to recover, and being healed up by Vera, Okako was ready to fight again. She and Sori stood in the arena, in battle stances, ready to get things started. Alright. Both contestants are ready to fight. Remember, Sori, you're not allowed to use your claws. Izuku reminded his employee. Begin. The two of them ran forward at each other. Okako increased her gravity and shifted to 30% full cowling. Sori reached Okako and put all her momentum into a single kick to the younger girl's stomach. Okako grunted, as she slid back a few inches. Due to her increased gravity, she didn't go back very far, but this also had another consequence. When she tried to grab Sori's leg, Sori was able to jump back and dodge her grab. Hey! You may be harder to knock out of the arena, but you're also slow as heck. Sori explained, before rushing Okako with a flurry of blows. Okako hissed in pain as Sori's blows landed, and she put up her arms to protect herself. They stung like hell, and there were just so many of them, her arms were starting to get numb. Okako lunged forward through Sori's blows, her leg hitting the ground hard as she stomped, and tried to grab her, but Sori just jumped back and dodged it with ease. Uraraka stomped towards her, each footstep causing the ground to shake and crack. Of course, no matter what she did, she could never actually get close to the quick and agile Sori, who danced around her with ease, getting in a good few blows every now and then. After a few minutes, Sori was left disappointed. Okako had proved to be nothing more than an extremely durable punching bag. She was covered in bruises and scratches and breathing heavily as she stood in the center of the arena. Sori, on the other hand, was untouched. Got to say, kid, I expected more. As you should, Okako smirked, before raising her leg up. Because the battle isn't over yet. Sori looked at her curiously. Is she gonna make another dust cloud? Even if I can't use my eyes, I still have my ears. Meteor hammer. Okako shouted as she slammed her leg into the ground. But this time, the dust and dirt didn't rise up, because Okako had increased the weight of the ground. So instead of rising up, the ground started going down. While Okako was underground during her fight with the Cerberus sister, she figured out, the ground they were fighting on was on top of a cave. With only a few yards of dirt on top of it. So naturally once she increased the gravity of the ground, and after her extremely heavy body lumbered around smashing the ground down, all it needed was one big impact and crack. The ground started to crack and sink, collapsing underneath the two of them. Sheet. Sori realized what was going on and leapt into the air as the ground sunk down below her. Release. Okako knew she had to move fast, she wouldn't get this opportunity twice. She leapt into the air, in the trajectory Sori was heading towards, and grabbed her in midair. Okako went to touch her, and Sori punched her in the face to try and stop her, but Okako endured, and touched her, increasing her gravity. Slam. Sori and Okako smashed into the ground, Okako riding the now heavier Sori as they plummeted into the cave floor. Both girls groaned in pain, as Okako fell off her, and laid her back onto the cool cave floor, before vomiting up blood. Using 30% of one for all had taken its toll, and damn did it hurt like hell. Meanwhile, Sori had just been smashed 2 stories down into a hard cave floor with increased gravity, and still felt that gravity pushing down on her. In other words, neither of them was in great condition. Izuku looked down the hole, to see if they were both okay and if they could keep going. Okako. Sori. Can either one of you still move? Sori tried to force herself up but to no avail. The weight was far too much for her. She was pinned. Okako meanwhile, was not doing much better. Her body was wrecked from using her quirks for so long, and there was no way she'd be able to pull herself up on her own. But there was still one thing she could do. Okako closed her palm and took away her own weight. She could feel her stomach and her head revolting against this decision, but despite this she nudged herself up, her weightless body floating up onto her feet. I can still stand up. Should I count that? She can still technically move. I guess it counts. Izuku decided. Sori is unable to move. Okako is the winner. Well, damn kid, I can't believe you actually got me. Sori chuckled, as she and Okako got patched up in the med wing. And by patched up, that meant Vera was hitting them with a sledgehammer. Neither can I. Honestly, I didn't think that plan would work, Okako admitted, although, I don't think I would be able to beat you under most circumstances. Oh, definitely not, but it was still impressive. Sori praised her. When you get stronger again, let's have another bout. I could definitely use the training. Okako smiled. I'll take you up on that if Izuku lets me, of course. I don't see why I wouldn't, Izuku said, watching them over on the side. The kids got real fired up after today. You showed them just how much they have to improve to keep up. Well, they just need to keep up what they're doing, and they'll. Okako stopped. She wanted to say they would catch up to her, but she had one for also. Izuku understood this just from the look on her face, and winced slightly, before changing the topic. Anyway, Okako, do you want to stay for dinner? Sure. I'll probably need to rest up a bit before I can go back home anyway. Okako said. Vera could heal wounds, sure, but she couldn't treat exhaustion. Great. I'll get started on it now. Izuku said as he took his leave. Just try to relax for now. Don't want to hurt your body by overdoing. I don't want to hear that coming from you. Okako said, half-jokingly, as Izuku left the room. Okako leaned back and laid down on the bed. Yet another fun and productive day at the Midoriya Foundation. She really did love it here. Author's notes: so you probably wondering where the Halloween chapter is. Well, I'll be honest, I couldn't think of anything good. I had worked on something for Halloween, but it was pretty half-baked and lackluster, so I scraped it. I didn't just want to put something out for the sake of putting something out. I did eventually come up with a good idea, but it was too late for me to actually write it. I apologize if this is disappointing. Next year one will definitely make a Halloween chapter that you all will enjoy. Chapter 157, Progress Report. It's nice to see you again, sir. Maya and Ducky said as they welcomed Izuku into the lab. It's nice to see you two making progress so soon, Izuku greeted them. Right. Let's talk about this somewhere more comfortable, Mai said, before bringing them deeper into the facility. All three of them settled into one of the lab's break rooms. The room was designed to be as relaxing as possible. It was a white tile room, with various black chairs around the room, as well as two black couches that faced each other, with a coffee table in between. Uki and Mai were sat on one couch, while Izuku was on the other, with a large number of papers and files between them. How goes the grim cyberization? Izuku asked as he leaned back into the couch. Well, the facility should be done within the next week. After that, we can get the project started properly, Mai explained. Has any progress been made on Project Reaper? Was Izuku's next question, as he looked over one of the files detailing the grim cyberization. Mai shook her head. No. The Grim are still proving to be rather difficult to work with. I can't make too many augmentations without compromising practicality. I see, Izuku said as he continued to read over the files. Have you made any progress in researching the material of the Grim themselves? How they manifest thought into physical matter? Mai shook her head again. No. The process of converting thought to matter is still currently unknown. Have you two ever heard of the study of cognitive matter and the cognitive world? Izuku asked. Only in passing, Mai said, getting a contemplative look. Ever since quirks came into existence, quirks involving emotions have proved that thoughts and feelings are more tangible than we'd first thought. And so people have tried to figure out more about the power and tangibility of emotions, and how to access the cognitive world without the help of quirk. That's right. Due to how difficult it is to study things like this, and even more so cognitive matter researchers are very, very rare. Izuku continued. That said, I got a very interesting offer recently. Wow, that's... You sure a little girl did that? Less than a week ago, Izuku was talking to Ren about the whole Yonda and Bakugo situation. I ask myself that every time she does something like this. Izuku sighed in response. But putting all that aside for now, do you think we'll be able to get past cognitive Bakugo now? Do you think your opinion of Bakugo's strength has lowered? Ren asked in response. Now, if Bakugo had just lost to Okako, his opinion of his strength wouldn't have lowered all that much. But that wasn't the case. Bakugo didn't just lose, he got destroyed. He barely fought back during that whole encounter. In a way, Izuku would have never believed had he not seen it with his own eyes. A bit, Izuku admitted. Then we have a chance, Ren said. We'll have to check it out during our next session and... No, I'm talking to a patient, right now. I'm sorry Midoriya, could you give me a minute? Of course. Take your time, Izuku said politely. And so Izuku waited for a couple of minutes, and afterward, Ren came back on the phone. Sorry about that. My little sister is getting her Ph.D. in cognitive matter research, Ren explained. And we were talking about how we're going to celebrate. Oh, congratulations. That's actually really impressive. I've heard cognitive matter research is a nightmare, and you said your sister was like 18. That's amazing, Izuku praised. I thought I was doing impressive things at a young age. Hey, pretty sure your achievements still outdo hers, Ren said in a joking tone, before suddenly changing into a more somber one. In all honesty, I'm worried about what she's going to do after she graduates. Cognitive matter and the cognitive world aren't research topics people are dying to fund. I'm worried she'll be stuck looking for a job for years. And just like that, the metaphorical light bulb over Izuku's head lit up. I haven't discussed it with him yet, I didn't want to get anyone's hopes up yet, Izuku explained to the two scientists. But from what I've seen, Futaba Akira is a very promising talent, both in cognitive matter research and computer programming. Do you think you could use someone of her talents? If we could understand the compassion of Grimm better, then perhaps we could improve them, Mai said. I also think perhaps chaos energy could help with her studies. If our theories are correct, it's technically what brought that subject into existence. So that's a yes? Izuku asked, wanting to be sure he didn't misunderstand her. Of course. Given how vast the applications of chaos energy are, you could hire a scientist in any field and we'd be able to use them. Mai told him. I see. Then I'll give him a call and see if I can hire her. Izuku smiled as he made a mental note. Putting that aside for now. What did you want to show me? Well sir, I'd like to show you this. He opened one of the files and showed a picture of the multicolored sakura tree, and a picture of the metal cactus. These are the results of Project Seed sir. Using chaos energy I've found out that quirks can not only gain quirks but something even more important. Plants get quirks differently from humans. Rather than each plant getting a unique quirk, the same type of plant will always get the same quirk. Meaning that if we can find a reliable way to gain chaos energy, resources from these plants can be renewable and even become a product we can sell. Izuku's eyes widened, as the implications of this hit him all at once. That's incredible. Wait. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. As interesting as that is, if we have no way of gaining chaos energy outside of Jin, then we can't do much with this. Mai, have your experiments with extracting chaos energy bore any fruit? Yes and no. Mai winced as she realized she had to explain this now. You see, I did find chaos energy in the stuff. But I ran into two issues. 1. The chaos energy one can gain from the stuff is very minute. And 2. It's not as pure or potent as what comes from Jin. My theory on that is that when chaos energy is mixed with DNA it changes. Hence why quirks are so different from each other. I'm currently working on a way to fix both of these issues, but that's gonna take some time. I've also contacted 2 more specialists to help this process along. Alright. Then until progress on that is made, I don't want any products or plans to be made around this stuff. Izuku told them. Yes, sir. The 2 of them nodded. With that said, I'd suggest you hire some more employees to take care of the menial work. Like paperwork and such. You'll find it significantly decreases your workload. Izuku told them. And it'll give you more time to work on important assignments. Yeah, I've been putting that off, Mai admitted sheepishly. Aki sighed. I'll take care of that sir. After all, I don't want my Mai to fall victim to overwork. Again. Izuku and Mai both looked away from her, knowing all too well they were guilty of this. And sir, I know you said not to make any products out of the plants, however, they may be something I can make that you may find useful. Aki said as she handed Izuku another file. The file contained a picture of a blueprint for a gas grenade. Do you recall the sakura tree you saw earlier? Ugh, he told him. Each different colored petal on that tree has a different ability when exposed to organic life. The white flowers pacify whomever they touch, keeping them from harming anything or anyone else, without doing any harm to them. I know the children can be a little much sometimes and are especially dangerous if they get out of control. So I thought this could be a harmless way to subdue them should the need arise. And you're sure this has no negative effects on the targets? Izuku asked skeptically. For the most part. We're still doing some testing, but so far from what we can glean there shouldn't be any sort of short-term or long-term side effects. But rest assured we won't even begin production of a prototype until we can be sure this won't bring harm to any potential victims. Mai explained. I see. Then inform me when you've finished your testing. Izuku instructed them. If this works, then it could save lives in a worst-case scenario. Understood, sir. The two of them said. Well then, what else did you want to tell me? Izuku asked. Meanwhile, Fu, Kiba, Shuraku, Yami, Amei, Fuku, and Ken were all gathered in Fu's room. Alright, how close are we getting to the game's completion? Fu asked the room, getting right to the point as he was prone to do. I'm almost done with the story. But I've still got to do the post-game. Fuku explained. And I'm over halfway done with the designs for everything. But it'll take me a lot more time to finish those. I finished all the designs for the characters' clothes, Shuraku said with a troubled look. But I don't think I can help Fuku that much. I'm still not as good at drawing as her. Do you think there's anyone new here that's good at drawing? Ken asked. Well, Jin won't help, even if he could draw, so he's out, Kiba said. Sheena can't seem to do anything, much less draw, so she's out, Fu said. Nise can't remember anything, much less how to draw, Ken added. So that just leaves Alice and them. Amei surmised. We can ask them about it later, Fu said. For now let's focus on the meeting. Yami, did you finish designing the monsters? Yami shook his head. Halfway. Okay, well Ken, Amei, how is the gameplay? Fu asked. It's mostly done, we're just working out some small points, Amei explained. But we should be done and ready to finish the game by the time everyone else is. And the music? Fu asked. Going pretty well. I've made some awesome stuff as upgrade, but I'm gonna need the game to be finished before I can really get to work on it. Ken said. I wish we had someone here who was good with music so I didn't just have to take your word on it. Fu sighed. Someone good with music. Fuka contemplated that for a moment before she recalled something. Wait. Sheena's good with music. Everyone turned towards her with a confused look. Sheena. Are we talking about the same Sheena? Shuraku asked as she recalled her brief experience with the girl. The one who pricked herself over a dozen times trying to sew? The one who managed to burn cup ramen? Fu added. The one who couldn't even manage to wash dishes? Ken asked. The one who thinks the best way to build trust is to attack people? Amei asked. Having heard about her from Yami. That's Sheena. They all asked Fuku at the same time, causing her to gulp from the pressure. Well, one time I heard her singing, and well, it was the most beautiful singing I've ever heard. In person, that is. Which I guess doesn't mean very much because I've never been around people who sing. The point is that she was really good at singing. Fuku explained, frantically, blushing madly with embarrassment as she awkwardly tried to get her point across. That actually makes sense. Fu said after thinking for a second, causing attention to turn to him. Yonda has spent so much time trying to figure out what Sheena's talents are, and failed. Which is odd because you can't be bad at everything. If anyone could figure something like that, it would Yonda, unless it involved music. Oh yeah, Yonda's deaf. She would have no way of knowing that. Kiba snicked. That's actually kinda funny. Oh, it's about to get funnier, just wait for a second, Fu smirked, before falling silent. For a minute, there was silence, and then suddenly a piercing cry of rage and sadness rang throughout the entire house. Why do you like messing with her so much? Kiba asked her brother. Because it's one of the most fun things to do for me, Fu answered. Now back to the topic. Just because she can sing doesn't mean she can do other music stuff. I mean, but maybe she does? Fuka shrugged nervously. I know she's dangerous, and kinda not smart, and she kinda messes up everything she tries, but maybe this is the one thing she's good at? Maybe we just aren't giving her a chance? I don't really know much about this girl, but I think we should also give her a chance. Amei agreed. Fu sighed. Well, the worst that can happen is that she doesn't know anything. So sure. Why not, I guess. Chapter 158, Deathly Determined. Word from the author. Before we start, I'd just like to give a special thanks again to the people who are making the TV tropes page for this fic. It makes me very happy reading it. Now on to the chapter. Yonda had never wanted to smack someone as hard as she did right now. She had to use all her restraint as she sat on the bed, petting Esper for comfort, with Sheena on her knees in front of her. So let me get this straight. They asked you for help to make music for their game because apparently, you can sing, and despite not having musical talent other than singing, you agreed, and now you're asking me, the deaf girl, for help in learning how to make music. Well, when she says it like that she makes me sound like an idiot. Sheena thought. You are an idiot. Yonda shouted at her, causing her to jump back a bit and fall on her butt. And Sheena could have sworn Esper was giving an amused look. Well, I just thought if I did good tea then maybe I could be friends with everyone. Sheena admitted tearfully. You know what? You're right. Yonda said, her tone suddenly turning strangely sweet. I'm sure that if you actually managed to pull this off, then everyone would be much nicer to you. Really? Sheena asked hopefully. Really? Yonda affirmed with a smile. Just one problem. What? Sheena asked. Oh, it's just the small fact that you are the most incapable person I've ever met. Yonda screamed, her tone returning back to genuine fury, once again causing Sheena to fall back, this time onto her back. Ow! Sheena groaned, and she could have sworn she heard the cat snicker. Yonda took a deep breath and rubbed her temples. No, that's not true. You won't be the most incapable person I've ever met. So long as you do one thing. And what is that? Sheena asked, timidly, hoping not to get yelled at again. Just do something about it. Yonda answered simply. If you just try to do something about your problems instead of just complaining about them, then you will be far more capable than many people I've met. Okay. So what do I do? Sheena asked desperately. Well, I can't help much because A, I'm grounded, and B, I'm deaf. Yonda sighed. And unfortunately, no one here is any good with music. So you're pretty much on your own. The only advice I can give you is to ask Father for some stuff to help you learn, and read as many books on the subject as you can. That's all you can do. Sheena gulped fearfully, which only got worse when Yonda glared at her. Oh, I'm sorry, was I the one who made a promise I couldn't keep? Yonda asked sarcastically. No. Was I the one who went to a grounded deaf girl for music lessons? Also no. You're lucky I'm helping this much despite how much you've annoyed me. Now get out of my room and start learning, before I let Esper use your face as a scratching post. EAP. Sheena jumped to her feet, and immediately ran away. Oh, and Sheena, one more thing. Yonda told her, stopping the girl as she was about to leave the room. Like you said, if you succeed it will boost your reputation. With that said, even someone as stupid as you should understand what will happen if you fail. Sheena gulped once again, and now she could physically feel the pressure weighing on top of her. That's all now. Bye-bye. Yonda said as she waved Sheena off, cueing her to leave. Sheena quickly did so, leaving the room and closing the door behind her. She had work to do. Ugh. Sheena groaned as she flopped onto a table in the library, surrounded by various books. It had been a whole day since she accepted that request, and things were not going well. Thanks to Izuku, she was able to quickly get her hands on some digital music-making equipment. However, she had very little success in actually using it, and so she spent the entire day up until this point, trying to figure out how to actually make music. But it was also complicated and hard to understand. It took her far too long to actually figure anything out, and there was so much more to learn. The game has to be out in just a couple of months. There's no way I can learn all this and make enough music in that short amount of time. Not to mention I still have to learn how to play actual instruments. Sheena cried as she once again slammed her head against the desk. There's no way I can do this. I'm gonna fail. Everyone's gonna be angry at me, and Yonda's gonna call me an idiot again. Sheena groaned as she looked down at her arm. Of course, she could fix this whole issue, if she just used her quirk. But she really didn't want to. If she just used her quirk to give herself the talent, then she wouldn't be helping them out, it would just be her quirk. Was that all she was? Was her quirk the only good thing about her? Was that why she was so bad at everything else? Sheena wanted so badly to develop some talents and get this done with her own merit. But at the same time, she couldn't afford to fail and make her reputation even worse than it already was. Not to mention if she failed she'd be affecting others, not just herself. If she had a way to succeed and didn't use it, that would just be being selfish at this point. Sheena raised her head, and both her arms, before turning her right arm into a scythe. It couldn't be helped, she could only do so much, with so little time. And that's when the metaphorical light bulb lit up over her head. What am I looking at? Nara asked, as she looked into the library, and saw dozens of Shainas looking at various books. The library was absolutely crawling with Shainas, they were at every table, and some were even sitting on the floor. All of them going through books at the same time, as quickly and thoroughly as possible. And little did Nara know, but there were even more Shainas running around the house, practicing instruments and musical software, figuring out things by trial and error. Meanwhile, other Shainas were pulling up as many online tutorials and video guides as they could. Sheena. Nara asked the room of Shainas, causing them all to look at her at once. Oh hi Nara. Did you need to use the library? The Sheena closest to her asked as the other ones went back to their research. I was gonna go get a book, but what's going on here? Nara asked. Oh, well, I needed to learn something fast, so I killed my Unity, and cloned myself a bunch of times. Sheena explained. I see, Nara said with a mix of befuddlement and curiosity. Why didn't you do this during any of your fights? Well, if anything happens to my clones, then it also happens to the main me once the 9 minutes are up. So if any of them get injured or die, then the real me will get injured or die. Sheena explained. And all the injuries add up too, so using this in a fight could put me in a lot of danger. And also poof. Suddenly, all the Shainas except the one talking to Nara, which happened to be the real one. Sheena crumpled to the ground, her pupils dilated, as she just twitched on the ground while gasping for air. Sheena. Nara shouted out in a panic, kneeling down to try and see what was wrong with the girl. SKC side FF effect. Sheena choked out through the intense pain she was in. Much like all the physical attributes of what happened to her clones would compile onto her when the 9 minutes were up, it was the same for the mental attributes. All the memories and information that her clones gathered in that time, would be bundled up into her all at once. As you can imagine, that caused a bit of pain, in the form of a headache that could be compared to having your head slowly yet quickly crushed. In other words, an indescribable pain, that incapacitated Sheena immediately. For the next few minutes, Sheena breathed in and out, while trying her best to deal with the pain, until, eventually, it began to subside. Thank you. Sheena said as she clutched her head, and Nara helped her to her feet. Are you gonna be okay? Nara asked. Do you need to go to Vera? Why would you do that to yourself? I need to learn something. Very quickly, Sheena said. I'll be fine. It's just pain. Yeah, but that looked like a lot of pain. Nara pointed out, concerned for the younger girl. It's okay. Sheena groaned. I just need a minute, and then I can do it again. You're gonna do that again? Nara asked in shock. Are you crazy? Sheena shook her head. I have to work hard. I'm not very good at, well, everything. So if I don't do stuff like this, I won't be able to be useful, or make anyone like me. Nara gave her a pitiful look. Now she understood. She knew how much loneliness hurt, and she knew the lengths one would go to rid themselves of it. Still, I have to do it, Sheena said, giving Nara a determined look. Nara bit her lip as she looked down at the bony girl in front of her. She knew that look, and she knew that there was little she could do to deter her. Okay. Just don't overdo it. Finally, released from that darn room, Yonda stretched her legs as she walked out of her room, with a spur on her shoulder. It had been 2 weeks since Sheena had come to her for help, and now she can finally check up on her. Yonda walked all the way to the library, and what she saw was pretty much what she expected. The library was a mess, books were strewn all over the floor, and chairs were knocked over. Sheena herself was face down, presumably unconscious, on one of the tables. Well, it looks like all's going as planned, Yonda thought to herself, as she walked into the library, and casually approached Sheena. Yonda then flicked Sheena's head and got no response. And so she shook Sheena, also no response. She then lifted Sheena's head and took a look at her sleeping face. There were huge bags under her eyes, from many sleepless nights spent studying and learning everything related to music. Sheena had no doubt spent countless hours, pouring all her effort into trying to do an impossible task. Of course, Yonda knew this would happen. It took years for people to get proficient with instruments and music, enough to actually make something good. Even if Sheena used her quirk to increase the rate at which she could learn, it would still take quite some time for her to actually gain these skills. Especially because she pressured her to fear failure. But Yonda didn't need her to succeed, she only needed her to try. Oh no, Sheena. What happened? Yonda shouted with fake shock. Someone, please. Come help. Almost immediately, Kiba ran and saw Sheena unconscious on the table. What happened? Sheena. Sheena. Kiba was so focused on Sheena, that she didn't notice Yonda smirking off to the side, just as planned. Ugh. Sheena groaned, as her eyes fluted, and she regained consciousness. She opened her eyes, and found herself in the medwing, laying down in one of the beds, with Izuku, Fu, Nara, Yonda, Ken, Shraku, Yamivira, and Kiba standing over her. She's awake. Thank goodness. Kiba breathed a sigh of relief. I told you. She is simply exhausted. She only needs bed and rest. Vera explained. What happened? Sheena groaned. Her body felt weak, and her head was pounding. Just trying to move at this point would be painful for her. You overworked yourself. Izuku sighed. I swear overwork is the curse of the Midoriya family. I told you not to overdo it. Nara scolded her. I'm sorry. Sheena apologized, as she started to cry. It's just. You wanted to learn how to make music, because you didn't actually know how to do it when you agreed to help us. Fu surmised. Sheena's face went white. Yonda told us, Fu explained. I'm sorry. Sheena apologized again, as more tears poured from her eyes, and she readied herself to get yelled at for her lies and failure. I shouldn't have said I could do it. We get it. Ken interrupted her. Huh? Sheena's expression went blank after hearing that. Safe to say that wasn't the response she expected. Okay, at first I was pretty upset, but then I thought about it, and honestly, I get it, Ken admitted. Yeah, Ken definitely would do something that stupid to get friends, Nara added, much to her brother's chagrin. We were treating you rather coldly, Shraku admitted with a frown. But still, to go this far, Nara told us about that duplication thing, and how painful it was. How many times did you do that? I didn't really count. Sheena admitted as she sniffled and wiped away her tears. Sorry. You don't need to apologize. If anything, I should be apologizing for not noticing this and putting a stop to it, Izuku said. I really need to hire more employees. As caretaker said, you need to apologize, you just need to promise never to do that again, Kiba said firmly, glaring at the girl for extra effect. Sheena gulped. I promise. I won't do that ever again. Good. Kiba smiled. That being said, I'm very touched that you went through all that effort just for us. Your determination is praiseworthy indeed. Does that mean? You don't hate me anymore? Sheena asked hopefully. We didn't really hate you, just kinda mistrusted you, but I'd say you'd worked hard enough for our trust, Shraku said with a gentle smile. Yeah, we're cool. Just don't do anything suspicious. Got it? Ken asked. Yes. Got it. Thank you. Sheena said enthusiastically, her tears flowing freely, now tears of joy instead of fear or sadness. Yonda smirked in the background. She had done her job well. Okay, that's all for this chapter. Now, Sheena's reputation is a lot better. Chapter 159, Career Sheets. Izuku had decided to hand these out to all the kids, who hadn't already said what they wanted to be in the future. He told them that they didn't have to give it to him now or anytime soon, he just wanted to get them thinking about the future. Which is what Sheena was currently contemplating in her room, as she looked down at the sheet. What do I want to be in the future? Sheena thought to herself. In truth, Sheena hadn't really thought about a career. Back during her days with the MLA, she only ever thought of escaping her life as an assassin. And when she got to the Midoriya Foundation, her thoughts were occupied with thoughts of dealing with potential assassins, getting people to like her, and wondering if she should avoid Yonda or not. So now that it was brought to her attention, what should she decide? Sheena was not incredibly talented, at least not without having to use her quirk to cheat. The only thing she could really call herself skilled at was fighting. So should she lean into that? Become a hero like so many of the others here? She could. Her quirk would be just as good for a hero as it would be for an assassin. And with all the resources she had here, there was no doubt she could become a powerful hero. But is that what she wanted? Sheena wasn't particularly fond of violence. She had no problem using violence if she felt like it was needed, but did she really want to make it her job? Not really, but what would she rather do instead? Sheena thought about it for a while, but in the end, she couldn't come up with anything. Knock knock knock. Hey, Sheena. Want to come play around with us? Mina asked from the other side of the door. Immediately, Sheena threw her paper aside. This could wait, she was finally going to live the life she wanted, and play around with others. Apparently, by play around, Mina meant that she and Shraku would be playing dress up using her as the doll. Which for Sheena meant sitting in a chair with her eyes closed, which Shraku and Mina did as they pleased. Can they really make me look pretty? Sheena thought to herself skeptically. She was well aware that her appearance could be summed up as skeleton in a pale skin suit, and most people wouldn't exactly call her pretty. Sheena had heard that makeup could have drastic effects on one's looks, but wasn't this asking a bit much? She sat in that chair for what felt like a long time. But she was a patient girl, and to be honest, the longer it went on, the more curious she became about what exactly they were doing. Alright, open your eyes. Mina said with barely contained glee. Sheena hesitated for a second, a little scared of what she might see, but she decided to just rip the band-aid off, and see what happened. And when she opened her eyes, she couldn't believe what she saw. Her normally bone-dry pale skin, now looked radiant and properly moisturized, making her think of the moon rather than a bone. Her sunken eyes and bony face were completely hidden by the makeup, which also did the job of making her face not only look more normal but actually rather cute. She was wearing a wig that gave her long flowing silky white hair, that almost seemed to glow just like her skin. Overall, she actually looked like a girl that someone might actually call pretty, or even cute. It seemed impossible, but here it was, staring back at her. So what do you think? Mina asked with a big grin on her face. I'd say we've done pretty well. It's amazing. Sheena gasped, her eyes shining like stars. How did you do that? It's like magic. Did you use a quirk or something? How did you make me look like this? No quirks. Just the magic of makeup. Mina said proudly, holding up her various makeup brushes. I can teach you if you want. Yes, please. Sheena launched herself out of her chair, and clung to Mina, begging her to teach her secrets. Well, that can wait. Because first, Truck went over to the side and pulled out a rack of dresses. I have a bunch of dresses for you to try. I'll let you pick which one you want to try first. Sheena looked at the dresses in amazement. Did you make all of those for me? Of course, Truck said with pride. It was pretty hard to find the right clothes for you given that your normal appearance is rather unique, but with Mina's help we were able to make it so your look matches the dresses a bit more. Yup. And we've got even more makeup for each dress you choose. Mina told her. So come on, pick one. Sheena looked at all the dresses in awe. Never did she have the option to wear such pretty clothes. Back when she was part of the MLA she could only ever wear boys' clothing. Finally, her dreams were coming true. She was really a part of the Midoriya family. Sheena and the two of them played dress-up for hours, with Sheena putting on so many different dresses, with all different kinds of makeup and accessories. And she was just having the time of her life. Her latest dress was a black and white ruffled dress, that had ruffles even around her hands. She had on black shoes, white stockings, and a white hairpiece, in her now black wig. As for makeup, she was wearing lovely black lipstick and nail polish, on top of what she had on already. Sheena spun around in her dress, with a huge smile on her face. Never did she imagine she could ever look so pretty. Man, the whole goth Lolita look really suits you, Sheena. Mina praised her, taking a few pictures of the younger girl for good measure. Oh. Why don't you sing something? I'd think you would look dazzling if you sang while wearing that outfit. Truck clapped her hands together and gave her the puppy dog spider eyes. Sheena blushed and hid her face behind her hands. Are you sure? I still haven't practiced a lot. I'm sure you'll be fine. Come on. Show us that voice Fuko told us about. Truck encouraged her. Okay. Only a little. Sheena took a deep breath and thought of a song to sing for a second before something came to mind. I'm never any good, I know it because it's true. Sheena sang. You don't have to tell me, I know I never will be anywhere as good as her. So stop comparing me to her again, I don't want to hear it said. Leave me alone right now. All aching deep within my heart only weighs me down. And with another breath, she stopped. So, what did you think? Sheena asked shyly. Wow, Fuko was right, you are a great singer. Truck gave her a big applause, as her eyes sparkled with amazement. Yeah, you totally looked like an idol. Mina cheered. What's an idol? Sheena asked. Truck gasped. You haven't heard of an idol? Quickly Mina. Bring me my computer. This must be fixed at once. Sheena stared at the screen in amazement, as Truck played an idol concert on her laptop. It looked almost magical. A dark stadium, lit up by one dazzling girl at the center, and thousands of adoring fans. The music was just as pretty as the girl singing it, and the way she moved and danced was hypnotizing. She couldn't take her eyes off her if she wanted to. She watched the whole thing to the end, never looking away once, and when the screen went black, she saw her reflection on the screen. A pretty girl in an eye-catching dress, with a voice that at least everyone else around her seemed to think was beautiful. Could she make this work? Ding. Mina checked her phone. Oh, app, looks like it's time for lunch. Hey, Sheena, do you still wanna wear your makeup to the cafeteria? I'd say do it. Shock everyone with your new look. We would have to change the dress first. We wouldn't want to get food all over it now, would we? Truck said, looking over to the dresses. Sheena nodded. Yes, please. I want to see what everyone thinks. The other two girls smiled and got ready to go to work. Where is Mina? Izuku asked as he served the children their food in the cafeteria. He'd texted her to come here so she could serve food to the kids who didn't come to the cafeteria, but she was taking quite a while. Sorry, I'm late, boss. He heard Mina cry, as her footsteps could be heard coming down the hall. He looked over to the entrance and saw Mina and Truck running down the hall. Sorry. I was finishing up something and it took a little while. Mina explained to Izuku bashfully. What exactly were you doing? Izuku asked. Mina smiled. Look for yourself. She and Shruku moved aside and revealed Shina's new appearance. Now she was wearing a less frilly blue dress, with a pair of blue shoes and a blue bow in her wig, which was white once again. She also wore very light blue makeup, which gave her an almost mystical glow. Shina. Oh wow, how pretty. Izuku praised, immediately going up to Shina to support her. I hardly recognized you. Wait. That's Shina. Kiba cried out in shock from her seat. No way, she looks so pretty. Gasped. How'd that happen? Netsu shouted in amazement and confusion. Many of the kids ran over to Shina, wanting to get a closer look at her new look. Shina's face had never been so red in her life. So many people looking at her with star-like eyes of admiration, calling her pretty, cute, and the like. Oh, she could get used to this. Nise looked down at her career sheet with confusion. The girl couldn't remember her past, but now she was supposed to think about her future. Of course, Izuku said she didn't have to fill it in now, but now that it was brought to her attention, she couldn't not think about it. Her skill set right now consisted of watching anime and eating snacks. Not exactly something she could make a living off of. Naturally, her thoughts went to her quirk. Once she got better control of it, it was extremely useful. She could open doors without getting up, get snacks without getting up, get the remote without getting up. The only time she had to get up was to use the bathroom. And theoretically, she could use her quirk to move herself to the bathroom, along with her chair, so she still wouldn't have to get up. Maybe she could get a job that didn't require her to get up. You're gonna get fat. Once again with that mysterious voice in her head. Seriously, she felt like the protagonist of a video game. She was just waiting for her village to get destroyed and leave her the only survivor. Actually, given this place's history, she shouldn't really be thinking about that. But the voice in her head had a point. If she just sat around, forever she'd get fat, so maybe she'd do something more active? Nise racked her brain. What would be the perfect job for her? Ding. Nise grabbed her phone with her vector and brought it to her face. It was a notification for Kiba's stream. Another ding went off, but this time it was for the light bulb that just lit over her head. Izuku didn't expect to get these career sheets back so soon. Maybe he put a bit too much pressure on them. Still, he was curious to see what they put down. First up, Atoko. The boy wrote gardener. About what he thought he would be right. Next was Mew and he wrote underground hero? Izuku hadn't known what to expect from the shy boy, but it was certainly not this. He'd have to talk to him about this later. Yonda put down Midoriya Foundation assistant as her first choice, predictable, detective as her second choice, not surprisingly, and assassin as her last choice. Given that she put a little smiley face next to that, he hoped that was a joke. Shina put down idol. Huh. So that's what that makeup thing was about. With hero as a secondary choice. Alice wanted to be a hero as well, most likely inspired by her aunt. Jin wanted to be a professional sleeper, which apparently was a real job. He'd have to look into that later. And lastly, Nise wanted to be a tuber. Well, maybe Kiba could help her with that. Well, at least he had a clear idea of what his children wanted for their futures. And now he can plan around that. Time to get to work. Chapter 160, Filling the Ranks. Come on, Ren. Can you tell me what this special surprise is? In a black van cruising down the road, was one Ren Akira, hands on the wheel. Next to him was his younger sister, a young 19-year-old woman with long orange hair. Although you'd think she was younger given her height and attire. She wore an off-shoulder white top with a red splatter pattern on it, a pair of shorts that were a bit too short for Ren's and her father's liking, a light brown coat, with a fluffy hood rim, a pair of black boots, as well as black glasses and headphones. This was Futaba Akira. Ren had a confident smirk, and glint in his eyes that told Futaba that whatever this was, it was something big, and she was getting antsy with anticipation. "No, where's the fun in that?" Ren answered back cheekily. "Just sit tight, we'll be there soon." Ren? Why are we going to the Midoriya Foundation?" Futaba asked as they sat right in front of the gates that lead to the Midoriya property. "You're not going to make me watch you work, are you? Because from the outside that's the same as watching you take a nap." "Not quite." Ren chuckled, as the gates opened in front of them. "Just wait." The two drove into the forest, down the main road towards the Foundation main building. Futaba looked out the window as they drove, and saw a seer pass them by. "So that's a grim. Beings made of negative thought made manifest. If only I could get my hands on one of those. I wonder if they're similar to the shadows in Ren's palaces but in the physical world." As Futaba was staring at the passing grim, they eventually made it to the Foundation building. "Whoa. It looks even bigger in person," Futaba said as they arrived at the main gates, where Izuku was waiting for them. "Wait, is that Director Midoriya?" "That would be him," Ren replied, as he stopped the car in front of the gates. As he stopped, Izuku went towards the car, and much to Futaba's confusion he then entered the back seat of the car. "Hello, you must be Futaba Akira," Izuku said with a friendly smile. "I am Director Midoriya, Izuku, head of the Midoriya Foundation. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm glad you agreed to this interview." "Interview?" Futaba's eyes went wide, and she quickly turned to look at her snickering brother. "Ren. What the hell did you get me into?" Izuku gave her a confused look. "Wait. Do you not know what's going on here?" "No. Ren just told me, to get in the car I have a surprise for you," Futaba explained frantically as she glared at Ren. "Ren, what the hell, you smug bastard." "I see." Izuku sighed, catching on to Ren's little prank, as they started to drive away from the main facility, and towards the lab. "Well then, please let me explain. I heard about you from Ren, and thought that a cognitive matter researcher would be a great help to my scientific branch." "Oh yeah, I almost forgot you opened one of those," Futaba recalled before her eyes went wide with realization. "Wait. Does that mean I might get the chance to study those grim? And actually, get a real job on top of that?" "Hell yeah. Don't get too ahead of yourself, you still have to pass the interview," Ren reminded her. "Oh right. Wait, are we gonna do the interview in the car?" Futaba asked. Izuku shook his head. "No, the interview isn't with me, I'm just here to watch." And with that, they started coming up on the lab. "Whoa." Futaba whistled when she saw the lab, amazed that she may have the opportunity to do her research there. They parked in front of the lab, and all three of them exited the car. "The person in charge of your interview will be the head of the scientific division," Izuku explained as they headed toward the lab. "She's a rather nice person, so don't feel too nervous." They opened the door and entered the reception hall, where they found Mai and Ducky speaking with two other men. The first was a rather plump old man with gray puffy hair and a huge bushy gray beard that obscured most of his face. He wore a white lab coat, a blue and white spotted tie, brown pants, and black shoes. The other man was seemingly much younger, with smooth black hair styled in a man bun coming out of his white hat, and a much smaller beard only covering his chin. He was very tan and very built, which was easy to see given as he didn't wear a shirt under his open lab coat, exposing his abs, and his gray shorts did little to hide his toned legs. All four of them immediately noticed Izuku's, Ren's, and Futaba's arrival, and turned to look at them. "Oh, Mr. Midoriya, it's good to see you. And you two must be Ren and Futaba." Mai greeted them. "Aloha." The tan man greeted them in an American accent. "Mr. Midoriya, it's a pleasure to meet you." The older man greeted. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Kinran Hikari, a specialist in robotics. And I'm Professor John Hada. Just call me John. I'm a genetic engineer." The tan man introduced himself with a grin. Nice to meet ya, boss. It's my pleasure. Izuku gave them a polite bow. I just came to see Miss Futaba here off, and welcome you two of the Midoriya Foundation. I hope you all do good work and find the conditions manageable. And Miss Futaba, I wish you good luck in your interview. And with that, Izuku took his leave, with Ren following behind him. I'll be outside when you're done. Good luck. Mai and Futaba sat down in Mai's office, on opposite sides of her desk. Sorry for all the commotion. We just got 2 new employees at the same time you showed up. Mai explained. I'm Marujin, head of the Midoriya Foundation's scientific research branch. A pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Same, Futaba said before giving a nervous laugh. My name is Futaba Akira, specialist in cognitive matter research. At your service. You don't need to be nervous. We've looked over your resume, and we're very impressed with your work. Mai praised her. And given your relationship with Mr. Akira, we can be fairly certain you're not an assassin. Which is the most important thing really. Oh yeah. I guess with all those villains out for Midoriya's blood, finding people you can trust to just walk around your lawn must be pretty tough. Futaba sympathized. There was a time when she didn't let people in because of perceived danger, but this was a much more real and serious threat. Yes. So this is more for the sake of better getting to know you. Mai continued. Get her a better idea who I'm working with, you know. Yeah, I get it. Make total sense. Futaba agreed. She wasn't feeling any less nervous despite Mai's words, given what was at stake. She knew that finding people who finance cognitive matter research was difficult, to say the least. If this didn't work, she may not find another opportunity for her research to be funded, for a long time. If ever. And she doubted she'd get a chance as good as this, ever again. Now, first of all, I know this may be a stupid question, but why exactly do you want to work at the Midoriya Foundation? Mai asked, typing something into her computer. Well, I'm real jazzed about the whole notion of having a job, and doing what I spent my entire life working up to, Futaba replied humorously, feeling a little more confident when she saw Mai chuckle at her response. Yeah, I figured, Mai said. So what made you want to study cognitive matter? It's a pretty rough field to study. One of the most difficult paths for any aspiring scientist to walk, and most that do, don't find any success. I'm curious what made you decide to pursue this. It's complicated. Futaba sighed, as her expression dropped into a frown, and she suddenly found it very hard to look Mai in the eye. My mom was a cognitive matter researcher and… Can we just leave it at that? It's pretty personal, of course. I get the gist. Mai said sympathetically. Now then, what do you want most out of this job? Fame? Fortune? Something to name after yourself? Or are you in it for the pure desire to discover more unfound secrets? Would you judge me if I said I'd little bit of everything? Futaba asked a bit sheepishly. Not at all, Mai responded brightly. I'm glad you're being honest. I appreciate you being yourself during this interview. Really helps the whole getting to know you part. Now, let's get to discussing the terms of employment, shall we? Meanwhile, Izuku and Ren were outside by the car, drinking some coffee. Thanks again for getting Futaba this job, I can't tell you how much appreciate it, Ren said casually. Hopefully she'll be the one doing me a favor with her work, Izuku replied as he sipped his coffee. But either way, it's my pleasure to help her and when I can. It only took me one conversation and an hour of my life to help someone else in such a major way. I don't see why I had any reason not to. Part of me wishes people were more like you. Ren chuckled. But the other part of me knows that if that were the case the human race may have died out long ago. Hey. Yeah, probably, for the best. Izuku acknowledged. Although wish people could be a bit more kind. At the very least so those kids wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Yeah, that would make both our jobs easier, huh? Ren mused. Either that or put us out of a job entirely. But honestly, I wouldn't mind. Same. Izuku agreed, taking another sip of his coffee. Speaking of jobs, you look like you are in better health. I see getting a secretary really improved things for you, Ren commented. You plan on hiring any more personnel anytime soon? Kinda have to. I'm only gonna get more kids, which means more work, Izuku explained. You wouldn't happen to have any more talented friends looking for work, would you? Particularly as a cook or teacher? Ren shook his head and laughed. No. Definitely not. I'm the only member of my group who can cook at all, and well. We had kinda a thing with teachers back when we were around your age. Wow, that made me feel old. You're far from old. They call you the young rising star after all, Izuku reminded him. That's because anyone else doing well in my field is old as dirt, Ren said dismissively. I swear with you in Futaba the age that people have to be successful decreases more and more. Actually, never mind, some people are successful out of the womb because they happen to get lucky. I get what you mean. But there's little that can be done about it, Izuku said, recalling Bakugo. We just need to help out the less fortunate, until they can become successful themselves. Cheers to that, Ren said. So do you have your eye on anyone for the chief and teacher roles? I do actually. People who no one would ever expect me to hire, Izuku explained. Former villains. Former villains, huh? Ren didn't seem all too fazed by that outrageous statement. I'm all for giving people a chance, but at the same time, you need to be certain they won't hurt the kids. Although I guess you already know that, which is why you haven't hired them yet. Pretty much. Izuku sighed. I have to hire people who the MLA couldn't possibly expect me to hire, as well as people so desperate that they're willing to get a psych probe. And these people fit my criteria. Hire people who the MLA couldn't possibly expect me to hire, as well as people so desperate that they're willing to get a psych probe. And these people fit my criteria. Once I get a psych probe on them, I'll know for sure if I can trust them. Even knowing that you're still hesitant to trust people. It's fine, Ren assured him. You've taken great strides when it comes to not doing everything yourself. But progress doesn't have to come all at once. Wait till you feel comfortable. But don't stall. Work towards improvement carefully and steadily. Right. Izuku nodded. Thank you. Ding. Ren took out his phone and saw that Futaba had texted him. Got the job. Gonna start right now. Pick me up later. Should have seen that coming. Ren shook his head with a fond smile on his face. Well, looks like my schedule suddenly cleared up. Wanna check out my cafe? Izuku thought about it for a second. I haven't left the grounds in a while, so sure. But only if it's a brief visit. Got it. Ren agreed as they both got in his care. While we're there, I can teach you how to make coffee. Thought you said that was a secret? Izuku asked as he buckled his seatbelt. Ren smirked. For you, I'll make an exception. Besides, you probably need it. Author's notes, yet another new employee.